Okay. Chiquetti. Good morning. Are we about ready to get started?
Can you give me 1 second? Let me take
Okay.
a look at. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, this is the ATD moderator. When you're ready to begin, start backwards from 5. We'll get you merged together.
Are we ready?
Yes, we are ready now.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's 10 o'clock Thursday, November 17th. This is the regularly scheduled board meeting for the California Board of Equalization. My name is Malia Cohen, chairwoman of this body, and to my left is the vice chair, Mike Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, good morning to you. Could you please call the board meeting, please call the roll? Thank you.
Chair Cohen,
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Present.
Member Gaines is appearing remotely.
He will be joining us in a few minutes. In person.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Member Vasquez,
Present.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Present.
All right, looks like we have a full quorum, and let's go ahead and get started. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in rising, placing your right hand over your heart, and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, fantastic. I will open with just some opening remarks. I will pivot to my vice chair, Mr. Schaefer, who has a memory that he'd like to share with all of us. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, I wanted to announce that we lost a gentleman named Dion Rich this last week or two. Dion was known as the world's greatest gatecrasher. He went to over 30 Super Bowls all over the United States and crashed them. He says after 9/11 it's a little tougher to crash it, and he'd buy a ticket and try to crash it anyhow. The NFL had a wanted poster out on him. It's because he was, interfering with their security. He ended up being hired by FBI or other security to give lectures on how you catch a bad guy like him. It sort of reminds me of the movie Catch Me If You Can. He wrote 2 books on it. The Life of Dion Rich, the world's famous gatecrasher. He was a very much of a Republican, but he voted for Dion. He voted for me because I was his buddy. He's been up here to my inauguration 4 years ago and met everybody and sat in my seat in my office. He said, Mike, I vote for you because you're, even though you're a Democrat, because you're my friend, and I vote for Joe Biden. And I said, well, why do you vote for Joe Biden? Well, he has the same birthday I do. So he was a very lovable guy, and we all miss him, and he was a very important part of my work in politics. And I just wanted to mention out there Dion Rich of San Diego, California, age 93 on November 20th. So he almost made it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to open this meeting in recognition of 2 important observances happening in November. First, I'd like to highlight this week's celebration of American Education Week, which honors the educators who work in our nation's public schools, from teachers, school psychologists, speech language pathologists, to the custodians and administrative staff. This year's theme is Together for Safe, Just, and Equitable Schools. As a former teacher, I salute all the members of our schools communities who play such an important role in providing excellence in public education to our nation's children. Also, I would want to recognize the National Native American Heritage Month, observed every November in the United States, in which we celebrate and pay tribute to the indigenous peoples past, present, their rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and their significant contributions to the establishment and growth of the United States. As teachers, as scholars, as scientists, as doctors, as writers, as artists, as business leaders, and as elected officials, heroes in uniform, and so much more. They made immeasurable contributions to our nation. And just the last thing, I just got wind of it actually this morning. And some of you might have heard this tragic accident that took place actually in my district in Whittier, and several of these young cadets and sheriffs were going through a running exercise, and apparently this young man lost control of his vehicle and plowed into while they were running. And I know there's at least 5 that are very critical. So my hearts go out to their families and prayers, and hopefully things turn out for the best as much as possible. But that did take place, I believe it was yesterday morning.
Yeah. That was
Thank
sad,
you,
very
Madam
tragic. Are there any other announcements? Okay, thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, please announce our first order of business.
Good morning. Our first order of business is an announcement regarding public safety and boardroom procedure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. The board information announcement is as follows. First, I would like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. The current COVID-19 guidelines for the Board of Equalization strongly encourage, but no longer mandatory, that all BOE employees must wear a mask while inside a BOE facility or while attending any BOE event. If needed, supplies of masks and hand sanitizer are available and can be found in the back of the auditorium. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of your agenda item. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of an agenda item is as follows. First, we'll identify any public comment requests that we have received in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments received with the AT&T moderator. And lastly, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's call the next item.
Okay. Our first order of business will be the item C, public hearing. C1, Property Tax Rule 462-520, public hearing and certification of emergency amendments and adoption of additional amendments to Property Tax Rule 462-520, exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers. This item will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm not Mr. Nanjo. I'm Richard Moon, and I'll be making the presentation today.
Yes, I was going to actually
department.
introduce Richard Moon, our tax attorney 5 is going, or attorney 5 is going to be making this presentation, and both of us are available for questions. Go ahead, Richard.
Good morning again. As you know, since the passage of Prop 19, staff has been working to provide guidance to interested parties and the public. And as part of that guidance, we have been promulgating regulations. The regulations before you in this part of the agenda are for the intergenerational transfer exclusion, and these rules were approved by the board and published on September 30, 2022. Public comments have or will be posted to the project page, but no amendments were made as a result of any of the public comments received. Therefore, we request your adoption of these rules as they are published in your materials, so that they can be made official and the emergency amendments can be made permanent. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time. Let me see, colleagues. No, we don't have any, Mr. Moon. Thank you. Public.
Let's see if we have any public comments. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make public comment, please press 10 on your phone's keypad. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. Once again, for comment, please press 10. One moment, Madam Chair, we do have somebody queuing up.
Hi.
I did. You just missed my eulogy for Dion. But I made you a couple copies. Thank you.
And our comment is going to come from Denisha Walton. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm calling because I don't know if you guys heard stories of what's going on with the Child Protective Services, but a lot of the social workers are abusing their power and having people working with them. You know, I'm going through a case right now where they forced my kids to lie on my husband about sexual accusations.
Excuse me, caller.
You know, they came and
Excuse me, caller. This is a public hearing on a regulation. If you have public comments regarding the regulation, that would be appropriate. If you have a general public comment on matters not on the agenda, that's going to be called later on in the agenda.
I'm sorry about that. Well, yes, I have a lot to say about that. So,
Okay, then please listen for the N as in Nancy item. That's when it would be appropriate for you to make your public comments.
okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
We have no additional callers in queue for comment.
Got it. Thank you. Just a minute. Mr. Vasquez has something to say?
If there's no other comments, I was just going to move that we adopt Rule 462.520, exclusion from the change in ownership, intergenerational transfer as presented and heard today.
Perfect. I accept that. I'll second that motion. All right, let's call the rolls.
I'd like to first, if we could close the public hearing first, and then we could move on to the motion, and then we could continue. We're going to go out to the AT&T operator for the motion at this time. AT&T operator, can you let me know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment at this time?
And once again, to make comment on the motion, please press 1, then 0. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. 10, please. And we have no callers queuing up for comment.
Thank you. Member Vasquez had made a motion to adopt a staff recommendation for the additional amendments to Property Tax Rule 462-520, with Member Cohen seconding. I'll take the roll now. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shaper?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epelite?
Aye.
All right, this motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's call the next item.
The next item on our agenda is item C, public hearing, C2, Property Tax Rule 462-540, public hearing and certification of emergency amendments and adoption of additional amendments to Property Tax Rule 462-540, change in ownership, base year value transfers. This item is presented by Mr. Nanjo and Mr. Moon.
And again, I'm just turning it over to Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon, take it away.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Moon with the Legal Department. Again, as you know, the staff has been working on rules and guidance for Proposition 19. The rules before you in this part of the agenda are for the base year value transfers. These rules were approved by the board and published on September 30th of this year. Public comments have or will be posted to the project webpage. And no amendments to the rules were made based on any public comments for this rule. Therefore, staff recommends and requests your adoption of these rules as they're presented in the material, and your adoption of these rules will make the emergency amendments permanent. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I have no questions. My colleagues don't have any questions. Let's go ahead and move to public comment.
AT&T operator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Once again, for comment on this matter, please press 10 at this time. And we have no callers queuing up for comment.
And just to clarify, that was the public hearing on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon. And members, I move that we adopt Rule 462.540, change in ownership, base year value transfer, as presented and heard today.
All right, I'll second that motion. Let's call the roll.
I'd like to, just at this time, we will close the public hearing on this item. And now that we have a motion, I'll go out to the AT&T moderator to see if we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a comment. AT&T operator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a comment regarding the motion.
For comments, please press 10 at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. 10, please. We have no callers queuing up for comment.
Member Vasquez has made a motion to adopt staff recommendation for Property Tax Rule 462-540 with Member Cohen seconding. The roll, Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
All right, this motion passes unanimously. Let's call the next item.
The next item on our agenda is I, Other Chief Council Matters, I-1A, Board Governance. Suggested revisions to governance policy, discussion and action on suggested revision to the board governance policy as of January 15th, 2021. This matter will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Good morning, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board, Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel again. As you may remember, at the last meeting, there was some discussion among the board members that some changes or edits to the board's governance policy would be desired. So consequently, I have collected those suggestions received up until the date of, I believe, Monday, and then I sent them out to the board members. They are also attached for the public to review as part of this PAN item, public agenda notice item. Other than that, we received changes or suggested changes in two areas. One was the proposed addition of Section H, Board Workgroup Policy and Charter on page 12. It would be added to page 12, Section Roman numeral 7, Roles and Powers of the Board. Since everyone has a copy of the document, I won't bother reading it. And then the other changes we received were proposed changes, and I sent out on the document that's attached to PAN and sent to the board members the current text for Roman numeral 8, Board Chair and Vice Chair, subsection A, election of the Board Chair and Vice Chair on the agenda. You have the current text, and then there were three proposed changes to that section. The proposed change C is just adding a sentence which could be added to either version A or B, but it is the board's discretion at this point, and I'm just here to facilitate any discussions. So If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer, but
Yes.
Back to you,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to actually be a little bit more thorough in the presentation, just in case folks are listening or at home, maybe they don't have the document in front of them or have some kind of impairment. So can you walk us through the changes?
sure.
Spell it out for us.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely. So the change to Section H is the inclusion of a section called H, Board Work Group Policy and Charter. And the language is pursuant to the board's authority under Government Code Section 15606A to prescribe rules for its own governance and transaction of its business, and Sections 15609 to hold meetings each month at times and places in the state for performing its duties. The board has established the following work group policy and charter as the governance structure to be used when it determines committees are necessary or useful in addressing specific issues or concerns. 1, the work group policy is established to bullet set forth policies that govern work group structure consistent with the board's constitutional and statutory responsibilities and this governance policy, all relevant law, and the board proceedings procedures. Bullet guide the board in establishing and convening work group meetings while upholding the effectiveness and integrity of the board's processes, including oversight, accountability, transparency, efficiency, and decision-making. Bullet, identify and distinguish between the role of board members and their team members, as well as the executive director and agency team members. This work group policy applies to both board members and their staff. Section 2, chair, co-chair, and work group members. Bullet, in proposing and establishing a board work group, the chair or the board member will state its specific purpose and who will serve as the work group chair and co-chair. Once approved, once approved by the board, each board member will serve as a full member and participant of the work group. Bullet, the work group chair and co-chair shall perform these duties only to conduct and carry out the assigned purpose of the work group and shall not interfere with or assume the role of board chair or vice chair in section Roman numeral 8 of this governor's policy, and that bullet is italicized. Bullet, the work group chair and co-chair shall establish the work group meeting, plan, agenda, supporting material, and the list of and invitations to invited scheduled presenters and participants, the location and facility, and the preparation of meeting minutes. Bullet, the chair of the board and executive director or designated team member will review the meeting plan for the legal and technical purposes and transmit it to the board proceedings division as appropriate. Bullet, the work group chair and co-chair are responsible for conducting the work group meeting and drafting work group report or reports so that the information is available to the full board and the public at a regular date-specific board meeting. 3, Section 3, notice requirements of the work group meetings. Bullet, the board shall publicly notice each work group meeting consistent with the Public Agenda Notice, or PAN, process and the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act to ensure board stakeholders and public of their opportunity to fully engage in the discussions, actions, and decisions of the board and have a seat at the table. Bullet, board work groups may only discuss meeting items publicly noticed on the Public Agenda Notice. Bullet, the board work group agenda, minutes, materials, and reports shall fulfill all board proceedings, procedures, and public meeting requirements. Bullet, the board shall schedule the work group adjacent to regularly scheduled board meeting, or if, due to the urgency or importance of the matter or demands and competing priorities of BOE team members, the board may schedule the work group meeting at a different time. Section 4, report out on work group information. Bullet, following the adjournment of the work group meeting, the work group chair shall prepare meeting minutes and related tasks, including compiling materials received or reports needed for the full board's consideration. Bullet, the work group chair shall submit the draft minutes of the chair of the board and the executive director for approval, I'm sorry, excuse me. Let me start that again. Bullet, the workgroup chair will submit the draft minutes to the chair of the board and the executive director for approval, and upon approval, transmit to board proceedings for posting to the BOE website for board approval at a regular scheduled workgroup or board meeting. Bullet, the full board will direct the workgroup's schedule of updates and reports. Bullet, the workgroup chair shall report at the board's next regular scheduled meeting accompanied by a written report reflecting the workgroup's discussion, recommendations, and findings. Bullet, conclusion, the board shall determine and publicly announce the conclusion and final adjournment of the workgroup, including the outcome, report or reports, and/or board actions resulting from its efforts. And this submission for, suggestion for change was accompanied by the change to the board chair and vice chair election provision 13, Roman numeral 8A, with the addition of a clause in that paragraph that basically states the board's vote for a workgroup chair and workgroup co-chair shall authorize the members selected to perform only those workgroup duties and to conduct only those workgroup meetings for the assigned purposes of the workgroup, and does not connote any transfer of the role of board chair or board vice chair in its governance policy. So that's the language that's being suggested appears to be consistent with this board's previously approved board work group charter and procedures.
So, thank you very much for reading that
Yep.
into the record. So, colleagues, I'd like to highlight just my proposed changes to the election of officers. And as I stated in a prior meeting, I believe that this is in the spirit of good governance and that we should consider the following amendments that, and this is on proposed changes B, page 13, section 8, board chair and vice chair. During an election year, the board shall defer the election of the chair and vice chair until after duly elected board members are sworn into office. In such instances, the board will place on the agenda an election to take place in January for the offices of chair and vice chair of the board. And then also, we skip down a little bit. During an election year, the chair will continue to serve as chair until the election of new officers will set and approve the agenda in December for subsequent January board meeting. And if the chair is termed out or not reelected or decides not to run for reelection, the vice chair will serve as chair. If both chair and vice chair are termed out not reelected or decides not to run for reelection, the executive director will have the state controller call the first meeting to order pending the election of officers. So there's no limit on serving consecutive terms. And if there's a tie vote, the currently serving chair or vice chair, as the case may be, shall continue to serve. So these, again, are proposed changes. I believe I've covered them before. That is where we are. I don't know if there's any questions. Yes, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cohen. With your proposal, I just have a few questions for
Sure.
Mr. Nanjo. I recall you told us several times over the past 4 years that by consensus of the board, we can change the governance policy language or place an election for chair or vice chair and on the agenda at any time. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Let me specify a little bit. The item would have to be placed on the agenda, governance of, as it was in this case, and based on a simple majority vote, the governance policy can be changed either one time or permanently by the board members.
So although we could postpone the election by making a one-time change or suspending a provision, we could also place an election on both the December and the January agendas. Is that right?
Yes, that would be the board's pleasure.
Either way, what are our options in terms of interim chairs and vice chairs between December and January when the current chair, like in this situation we have now, was elected to another post?
It would depend on the post that the person is elected to. The only concern or challenge would be, as in this case, if the chair is elected to the controller position, the chair would only be able to serve until he or she is sworn in as controller, and at that point, if that same person was designated chair of this board, that would create a conflict of interest situation. Namely, specifically not with regards to this board, but the fact that the chair of this board and the controller serve as board members to the franchise tax board, that would create a conflict because essentially you would have one person who has two positions.
And Mr. Vasquez, very keen, you're absolutely right, this could be a potential conflict, but my recommended amendments address this issue.
I don't think it does.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Am I correct or incorrect on this one, Mr. Manager? That's the only reason I was
It states
bringing
that
it up.
the vice chair will then step in.
Yeah, and even without that change, that's
That's the
would be
standing
what happened,
governance
yes,
rule.
because at
Yeah.
that point, the chairperson who is controller would not be able to serve as chair. So in a case where the chair cannot serve, the vice chair would step in.
Right.
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, but the way the governance is written now, the vice chair wouldn't be able to slip into the chair position unless he or she was elected in December. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the way
The way the language is
the
written.
way the language is written now, the election takes place in December, so you would have a vice chair at that point. So,
Right.
Yeah. Correct, sorry.
So, while I hear your concerns, I would just opt to just leave that section of our governance as is, because we do have an opportunity to agendize it in December. And if for some reason there isn't a consensus, then we go back to the potential of an interim or the vice chair stepping in until the new member is sworn in January. That's an option, right?
Correct. And there's nothing that prevents the board from having an election in December and having an election in January or every month.
Exactly. As long as there's-
Wouldn't be efficient, but it's possible.
That part, it wouldn't be efficient, it wouldn't be prudent, and it wouldn't present well publicly.
If we did what? I'm sorry.
Had an election in December, turned around and decided to have another one in January.
Well, I'm
and
not
said-
proposing we do that.
Well, I know, but
But
what,
I-
what
like-
you're proposing is, I think, what you're proposing is that we continue to keep the governance structure the way it is.
Yes.
And what the problem with that, even with the original writing of the languages, is that it does not take into consideration new board members. So, and essentially, you are silencing a future board member, your future colleague that you're going to be relying on for votes, from even having an opportunity to not only participate in a vote, but also be in consideration for a leadership position on the body. And I think that is woefully undemocratic and unfair. So that is why these amendments that we're proposing will clarify and address your issues about changes, but also acknowledge that this body is going to have a new member on it in January. So to have a vote in December on leadership, I think, is a bad faith effort. This is a person that's going to join you on this team, and then you're going to say, because of the deadlines on, or not the deadlines, but on when a person is sworn in, she will not be able to take a vote. I mean, that's just, I think, we should be very cautious and aware of that.
I'm very cautious of that. And my only concern is that I thought we set the governance up specifically to set the tone for January, for the next election. I don't see a new...
What we set up-
Can I finish? I let you
Sure.
finish. So at the end of the day, I don't see this being undemocratic. I just see this being leadership. I don't see a new board member getting elected and being sworn in and all of a sudden becoming the chair.
True.
Because we're just talking about the chair at the end of the day. I have no problem on holding back, if you want to hold back the vice chair as an example, because she may be interested in that. But at the end of the day, the chair, I think, should go through the process that we did. The only reason we had a new member in 2018 when we came in is because we were all new. All four of us were new. It wasn't like there was two members that were rolled over from the previous board, which then I could see why they would possibly at least select their chair. And I think if you go back to the history of this board, I think that's the way it's been run, for many, many years. So while I agree with you that it's good to be inclusive, and I want to be inclusive, but at the end of the day, I don't think it should stop our movement and our leadership, because at the end of the day, whoever gets elected as a chair to start in January should have the opportunity, working with our staff in December, to prepare the agenda for January. You're asking us now to kind of limp along from December to January because we're going to be missing our leadership. And then congratulations on your role. I mean, you'll be coming back, but we will be headless for that period.
No, we will never, we are not headless, but I think what I want to cautious this body is that your argument is based on a very unique situation to this cycle of where we are. What I'm proposing is something that will solve future problems. This is a governance policy. It is a document that is fluid, that will be broad and encompass and address future other challenges that we may not see or we may not anticipate. You will have leadership in December, you will have leadership in January, and you still have the flexibility to call and change the governance policy moving forward. I'm asking us to think in a broader sense and understand that the policy suggested changes incorporate other possible challenges that we're going to see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nanjo. I see you're nodding your head in agreement. I just want to make sure that we are not being myopic and small and just looking at this one election cycle and trying to make a decision based on that. So, Mr. Vasquez, what I'm asking is that we simply demonstrate good governance and that we're setting a solid policy that is universal, that would be able to accommodate all scenarios of whether we have a board, all new board, or we have half new board members in the seat. Who knows? I mean, there could be, people could step down in an untimely reason. Someone can get sick. Someone can, anything can happen. And so what this policy that I'm proposing, this slight amendment, actually just accommodates for like these types of fluctuations, so that, so that leadership is definitely clear. This is, I don't.
No, I agree with you, and
Right.
like you mentioned in your earlier remarks, you said that this document is fluid, which is true. So I think there's no problem with us moving forward and leaving as is. And the event, something should happen, like you mentioned, not this situation, but 2 years from now when there's another election where there's a vacuum and all of a sudden there's all new members. There's nothing stopping that board from changing it prior to that election, because you do have this little window. It's like we have this window right now. For example, if we stick to what we have and have our elections every December, if for some reason 2 years from now, all four of us decide to move on somewhere else, or even in 2 years, we decide to move on and there's a vacuum before, whether it's 2 or 4
years, there'll be a big change.
Yeah, but even in 2 years, let's say for some reason we decide to run for another office in 2 years, or decide to step down, and there's nobody sticking around. In the event that should happen, we still have a little window where we could change this governance policy. So you're making it sound like this is set in stone. It's not set in stone. This is a very fluid document that could be changed at any time.
Actually, fluidity, that's the word I use to describe. I'm not saying that this is set in stone in any way.
Yes.
I see what we saw what happened when we were sworn in. It worked. Mr.
Yes.
Schaefer is here to lead in January, and what it is you're presiding over basically the election, and then the gavel is then turned over. So I don't fully appreciate nor understand your concerns. Like, what's the issue?
Well, I don't see a problem that this is solving your proposal, your changes, because at the end of the day, Vice Chair Schaefer, he still has the right, he could run in December. If he's interested in running for chair, there's nothing stopping him from running for chair in December. And if it turns out he has the consensus of the board, we move forward. Or if whoever it may be that takes over leadership. So I don't see the reason we need to change it now. I guess, I don't see the problem, the way you're looking at it. But I could be wrong. I guess we'll ask our colleagues and see.
So I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Vasquez is that he doesn't have a problem with, although the board is made up one way in December, and the board will have a reconfiguration in January, that election will still hold moving into January. What happens is what's concerning, and we are in a democracy, is that you are literally silencing one of your members from being able to
I
exercise.
don't think so. That's where we disagree.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where we disagree.
I don't know why we have to change it. It seems to me that the policy that we have in place currently, is something that we already determined through our governance policy, and I think there's flexibility there. If with a new member coming in, let's say we go ahead and make a decision on who the chair is in December, and if the new member coming on board does not like that, that individual could bring it up and challenge the chairmanship at that time and take another vote and see if it stands. But because I do believe there's enough flexibility there for that to occur if that's the will of the board. You got to get 3 each time. You'd have to do it in December, and I do like the idea of having some consistency carryover of someone with experience that would be a chair of this committee, and of course that individual would have to prove that to the new board member in terms of providing that stability as to whether they're flexible or comfortable with it or challenge it.
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Shaver, do you have any comments?
Well, I'm really not in favor of adding all kinds of new provisions for work groups and for how we elect people, because we can do that when the time arises. The board may have entirely other interests with a new chair and a new vice chair, but I admire the concern and creativity of our chair here, and I would tend to support what she's trying to do, knowing that if it doesn't work out, we can unwind it all in a few months. Nothing that we really do is set in stone. And it's nice that you bring these matters up, but I'm not excited about the change. It's not saving any money for the taxpayers. It's just, dealing with how we function, and that's a very important thing, too.
I don't know if Mr. Epperlight has any comments, or I'm assuming you're going to be voting on this.
I'm not going to be voting on this item, but I have a concern about some of the specific language that's going to be adopted, so.
You can raise your concerns now if you'd like.
Yes. On 2 of the proposals that are before us, and on the existing language, I wanted to bring to the members' attention that 2 of the proposals include language, and the existing language include in the first sentence of the paragraph A replacement language, which provides, quote, "or earlier if there is no December meeting." And that's in the existing language of paragraph A.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Quote, and if you look in section A, the first sentence, it ends with the clause, "or earlier if there is no December meeting," unquote.
So you're proposing new
That-
language?
The deletion of some language.
So
from-
your proposal is about cleanup language?
Yes.
Got it, okay.
And I just wanted to point out to the members, under current law, Government Code Section 15609 mandates that The board shall hold regular meetings each month at times and places within this state as the chairperson directs. Before this, under this statute was amended in 2009, Section 15609 provided that, quote, "The board shall hold regular meetings at the state capitol each month and may hold special meetings at such times and places within the state as the chairman directs," unquote. Based upon this government code statute, then, it would be inappropriate to include any statement in the governance policy that there might not be a board meeting in any particular month of the year. As such, I would recommend that any language approved today delete the clause, quote, "or earlier if there is no December meeting," unquote, from its proposal. If approved, as the government code clearly mandates, monthly Board of Equalization meetings. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, so just for the record, the recommendation is a little bit off topic on what we were talking about. So that's okay, we'll accept them and we can take them up. And let's go to see if there's any public comment, and then we will skip taking action on this item and we'll move forward on the agenda.
But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolite, yeah.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make comment on this item, please press 10 at this time. Once again, for comments, press 10, please. And we have no callers in queue.
Great, thank you. All right, so we've taken a little bit of public comment. We're going to table this item to later on in the agenda. Let's call the next item, please.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Mr. Nanjo.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, just a procedural question. So where does this leave us? You're going to,
We're tabling this for later on in the agenda today.
today?
Today.
Okay. We're not prepared to vote on part of it, though?
Yep, we're not voting on it. I'm not calling it. We're moving the agenda. We're going to the next item.
But I want to make a motion then. I'd like to make a motion that we leave the items, take.
Just, excuse me, just a point of procedure. I believe I already called the next item, Mr. Nanjo. If you could bring some clarity.
I don't think the next item has been called yet, so technically, if there's a motion,
Well,
I'd
I
like to make a
called
motion.
it
But.
and was interrupted.
There's a parliamentary procedure here that I'm disagreeing with the chair's request to move off of an item, because we were discussing something here. I think we can vote on part of this, and if you want to table the election of the December piece, I have no problem. We can table that if you want to do that.
Well, I appreciate that you have no problem.
technically, under Robert's Rules of Order, a tabling of an item requires a vote. So that would require a motion and a vote. Other than that, the clerk has not called the next item, so technically, we're still
In discussion.
in discussion, correct.
This item is going to be addressed later on in today's meeting.
Okay.
Now, so you're making a motion to table it?
Is a motion required? I'm under the impression that we can skip this item and that we can go on to the other portion of the agenda.
I mean, my recollection of parliamentary procedures says different, but I could be wrong.
I'll have my governance attorney weigh in. Ms. Himovitz?
So, my name is Julia Himovitz. For the record, I'm an attorney with the board. So procedurally, I believe that you do need a motion to table this. My recommendation right now might be to take a break so that we can look into the answer for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, we'll take a break. Thank you, Julia.
We're going to go into break at this time,
Yes, it's 10:48. We're breaking.
a 5-minute break. Thank you.
This chair's too high for my little legs. Excuse me, Chair Cohen.
All right, we're coming back into session. It's 10:56.
So we looked into the issue, and in order to table the matter, it will require a motion from
Correct.
yourself.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make a motion that we continue this item for later on in the agenda, and I would like a second on that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you very much. Let's call a roll call vote, please.
Public
Yes.
comment.
Oh, yes, we'll take a public comment on the issue of, on the motion to table this discussion.
AT&T moderator, can you let me know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this motion?
Ladies and gentlemen, for public comment, please press 10. Once again, if you wish to make a comment, press 10, please. We have no callers in queue.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Before we take a roll call vote, I just a point of information, Madam Chair. I noticed in your comments earlier, you mentioned that this item was coming up on the agenda later, and I'm looking at the agenda. I don't see where it's coming up again.
The motion that I've made that
No,
has
I'm
been-
not talking about the motion.
that's
I'm
been
talking about your
sustained.
comment you made earlier in the discussion. You said that we were going to take up this item later in the agenda, and I don't see it on the agenda anywhere else.
Julia?
Excuse me. Right now, there is a motion on the table. You're welcome to have a discussion on the motion. The motion is to table it to discuss later, which the chair has the right to do, to push it later. In the motion, if you'd like, my recommendation, excuse me, would be if you'd like to have a specific timer when it may or may not be called. It hasn't been handled yet. The motion is simply to move it. And so if the question perhaps could be as to when it will be called, would be an appropriate.
Thank you.
Chair Cohn has made a motion to table item I-1A to later on today. It has been seconded, the second has been received by Deputy Controller Eppolite. I'll call the roll. Chair Cohn,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines. No. Member Vasquez.
No.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
The item passes 3-2.
Thank you. We'll take it up later on in the agenda today. Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, could you call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is Administrative Session J, Administrative Consent Agenda. We will take these two consent items up on one vote. J1 is the adoption of the retirement resolution of Michael Dean Saunders. I'm going to read his resolution into the record. Honoring Michael Dean Saunders on his retirement. Whereas Michael Dean Saunders, Senior Specialist Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Property Division, Training and Certification Unit, will retire on December 30th, 2022, after 20 years of outstanding and meritorious service in the state of California and the California Board of Equalization. And whereas Michael began his career with the California State Board of Equalization on August 1st, 2007, as a junior property appraiser in the Assessment Services Unit within the Property Tax Department, County Assessed Properties Division. And whereas, as a result of diligent work and demonstrated ability, he advanced to positions of increasing responsibility, first earning appointment to the position of Assistant Property Appraiser in August 2008, and Associate Property Appraiser in August 2010. Whereas on January 31st, 2014, as a result of his exemplary work ethic and dedication to the workplace, he promoted to Senior Specialist Property Appraiser within the Assessment Services Unit. In August 2016, he transferred to the Assessment Practices Survey Unit, where he was part of a survey team conducting compliance audits and samples of the 58 county assessors' practices and procedures in an effort to promote statewide uniformity and consistency in property tax assessment throughout the state. And whereas on March 1st, 2021, he transferred to the Training and Certification Unit within the County Assessed Property Division, where he was an instructor and provided training to BOE staff and county assessors and their staff on real property tax matters, such as the valuation of agricultural, California Land Conservation Act, and taxable possessory interest properties. And whereas throughout the many years of service, Michael has served the people of the state with fairness and dedication. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Michael Dean Saunders our sincere and grateful appreciation for his dedicated service to California State Board of Equalization and the state of California. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement and best wishes to him and his family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you reading that. Mr. Saunders wanted to say congratulations to you, and we wish you well on this new transition in life.
The next item up for your consideration for the consent agenda is J2, the board meeting minutes for October 18th, 2022. The minutes of the meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
Members, would anyone like to address any discrepancy in the minutes? If not, is there a motion to accept both these items?
So moved.
Thank you. Let's take public comment.
AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a comment on this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, for comment, please press 1-0. Please press 1-0 for comments. Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue at this time.
Thank you very much. Let's keep moving.
I just wanted to make sure we had a second on that.
Mr. Vasquez made a second for the
No,
record.
I made the motion.
No, I made,
Oh, did you make the, I'm
I made
sorry.
the motion and you made the second.
I guess I made the second.
Just wanted to clarify for the record.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Sure. Chair Cohn has made the motion to adopt a retirement resolution of Mr. Saunders and the October 18, 19, 2022 minutes. And Mr. Vasquez, second. I'm going to take the roll. Chair Cohn?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines? Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Let's call the next item.
The next item on the agenda is K, Other Administrative Matters, K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Organizational Priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Dowers.
Good
Thank you.
morning. Chair Cohen, honorable members, I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I would like to start by acknowledging the general election last week. Members, even though the results have not been certified, I would like to congratulate each of you, as it looks like you have succeeded in your respective campaigns. Additionally, we'll be welcoming a new board member-elect, Ms. Sally Lieber, who will be representing District 2, beginning in January, and we look forward to onboarding efforts with her and her staff. Members, for today's report, I will provide an update on revenues related to the implementation of Prop 19 and give an update on the conference with the annual California Assessors Association. Members, last month's meeting, the board requested an update on the revenue impact related to Prop 19. As a brief recap, Prop 19, titled The Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families, and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disaster Act, was approved by voters on November 3, 2020 general election. In short, for today's report, the Department of Finance has indicated that there is no revenue impact for fiscal year 2021-2022. However, let me provide a little bit more background. While the BOE plays a critical role in the implementation of Prop 19, it is the Department of Finance, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and the State Controller's Office that are responsible for administering the revenue impacts. Prop 19 added Section 2.2 of Article 13 of the Article 13A of the California Constitution to annually allocate any additional revenue or savings that accrue to the state due to the additional local property tax revenue from implementation of property tax changes, as calculated by the Director of Finance using a calculation prescribed by the measure in the following manner. 75% to the newly created California Fire Response Fund, which shall be appropriated by the legislator to expand fire suppression staffing, and 15% to the newly created County Revenue Protection Fund, which is continuously appropriated to reimburse counties and local agencies with a negative gain or revenue decrease, resulting from the Prop 19 tax changes. Section 2.2 requires the Director of Finance on or before September 1st, 2022, and annually thereafter through 2027 to calculate the additional revenue and savings that accrue to the state from implementation of 2.1. The measure specifies that in making the calculation, the Department of Finance should use actual data or best available estimates where actual data is not available. The Department of Finance is also required to certify the results to the legislators and to the controller no later than September 1st of each year. Two interactions between the local property tax and state budget are relevant in the calculation. First, personal income taxpayers can deduct real estate taxes from their gross income, thereby reducing their tax liability. Hence, an increase in local property taxes will lead to a decrease in the state personal income tax revenue. Second, increase to local property tax revenue can potentially result in savings to the state through the reduction in the state's funding obligation under Section 8, Article 16. Prop 98 back in the day. As reported in their September 1st, 22 letter, the Department of Finance calculated that there was no additional revenue and no increased savings to the state from Prop 19 for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Therefore, the Comptroller will not transfer any funds to the California Fire Response Fund or the County Revenue Protection Fund for fiscal year 2021-2022. That's a lot, so I'm going to take a breath. And before I go to the next part of this report, are there any questions?
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stowers, for the Department of Finance report. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. So the Department of Finance is required by Prop 19 to calculate annually by September 1 the amount of money that the state controller must transfer to this new California Fire Response Fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the first year's calculation has been completed, and the amount of money that will be transferred to this California Fire Response Fund is zero, correct?
That's correct, sir.
But according to the ballot measure, Prop 19 would increase revenue by tens of millions of dollars per year for both the state and local governments, and most of this new state revenue would be spent on fire protection. Do you know who projected those tens of millions?
I do not know, sir.
I'm afraid, and this will support the accusations of 60 or more taxpayers who testified before us in our annual Taxpayers Bill of Rights hearings on August the 30th, that Prop 19 had misled voters and was triggering major property tax increases on the inherited properties, often wiping out the wealth of lower and middle class families whose parents and grandparents sacrificed to become property owners, intending to pass that property on. And I mean, the only good thing is that the senator that created this disaster legislation lost his bid, so he's no longer in public office. But at the end of the day, the public was fooled because you just confirmed what I thought all along. This is not even going to help the firefighters. I mean, it was supposed to generate this money the first year. We're in year 2, and it's still zero.
I understand your concern, sir. I didn't do the calculations.
I know you
Department of
didn't,
Finance
but I think the
did.
public needs to hear this.
Yes,
Thank you.
I understand.
Is there anything else to your report?
I think Member Gaines had a question.
Yeah, if I could.
Okay, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I want to appreciate the comments from Member Vasquez in terms of the tax revenue. Where's tax revenue going, right? So if 3/4 of it was supposed to go to fire hiring of additional staffing, and not $1 headed in that direction until, I guess, the 22-23 budget period, for which we'll have to ask the question again, it makes you wonder. That also indicates that no money is going to counties to help offset. I'm assuming the 15% the counties was to offset the expense of the implementation of Prop 19?
It was to offset if there was a decline in their revenue
Okay.
with the, basically when it comes to the base year transfers.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
That's still
but
an issue with
the
counties,
assumption is
though.
correct. There's no money going into that fund
Yeah.
either.
Okay. Okay, to offset the difference in tax, the income taxes versus the property tax, right? But I'm hearing from a lot of my county assessors that they're already incurring expenses as a result of implementing Prop 19. And they need financial help too in terms of implementing this. So I've heard the same cries from my constituents. These are first-generation individuals that have developed wealth and people that have worked very hard to get where they are, and now they're having to sell off properties, or their children or grandchildren will, because there's enough cases out there where the taxes have gone up so dramatically over the last 30, 40, 50 years, depending on how long the parent or grandparent held that property, that it creates a financial challenge to retaining it. And so I've always been against Prop 19. I continue to be against it. I hope that there is a fix with this element, because I think the base year transfer opportunity is a good one for taxpayers. And it's just this aspect of valuing property upon the passing, when property is going to a child or a grandchild. And it's so difficult here in the state of California to develop wealth, because it's a very expensive state to live in. It's a state that we love, but it's just really tough to make it work, to even buy a home. And so when we talk about the barriers, and we've talked about that a lot here, and I give credit to my colleagues for trying to look for solutions for home ownership, but if we don't give that to the next generation for an opportunity to develop wealth that they can then pass on, then we're really going backwards, and we're turning into what could be a poorer state, which is not the California dream. So we'll continue to monitor this. Thank you for the update. I appreciate it. And let's just make sure that that is, as much as we don't, I'll speak for myself, the challenges that I have with Prop 19, as much as I have challenges with the initiative in and of itself, we have to make sure it's fairly implemented and it actually does what it said it would do in terms of these funding mechanisms. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the second part of this report, Madam.
Real quick, I just want to thank you for responding to my request for this report out. It's important that there is full transparency and eyes on this process, and I figure that this is only the beginning. There'll be more reports on this subject matter, and I look forward to all the subsequent reports.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. This definitely was your request, and this is where we're at, and
Yeah.
we will continue to get reports, as you will, obviously,
Yeah.
and report out, since we do play a key role in Prop 19. And so I wanted to kind of go over the second part of it. The second part is that second fund where CDTFA is required to do the allocation, and based on what the counties are reporting to them on where they have their revenue loss and revenue gains. That's their responsibility. They started an interested parties process. They did a discussion paper where the assessors and the county treasurers and auditors had an opportunity to provide input on how they thought the allocation should be. I know there has been several assessors that's spoken to you guys about this process and felt like they weren't being heard. And that was another, we heard that last month as well. So I did look into where is CDTFA right now? And they spoke with me. They are doing the regulation. The regulation is actually scheduled to come out tomorrow for public comment. Yesterday at the CEA conference, this topic came up again, and they expressed their frustration. And then there was some concerns on CDTFA side. They did not want to step on our toes and our oversight role, although they have the responsibility to do the allocation. So acknowledging the pain and the issues that the assessors are feeling, I expressed that I will be more than happy to be that bridge reach out to CDTFA, coordinate with the California Assessors Association so that we can speak with one voice on what they need for this allocation to work.
Thank you.
More news to come.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Mr. Eppolite has a
Yes, Mr.
comment.
Eppolite,
Thank you for your leadership on that.
yes.
Much appreciated.
So that kind of puts me into the conference. My second item, we had the 120th annual CEA conference in Solano County. This year meeting provided an opportunity for collaboration, engagement with all partners in property tax administration with the 58 county assessors and their newly elected assessors. I would like to thank CAA for inviting the BOE to attend and participate, and I would like to acknowledge that CAA was very happy and impressed with our participation. They were very pleased to see whether they saw members or their designees. So,
Great.
yeah.
Good to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Next, members, next week is Thanksgiving. Therefore, I would like to take the opportunity to wish members and the entire BOE family a happy and healthy holiday. And family members, I would like to take a moment to send our condolence to former Executive Director Brenda Fleming on the passing of her father, Mr. Donald Joyner, on November 5th. And I'd like to ask that today's board meeting be adjourned in his honor. His service was this past Tuesday. We had great representation from the executive team and the executive office, board member staff, and since I was at the conference, I participated via Zoom. That completes my report.
Thank you.
The team will provide presentations on day-to-day operations.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Other Administrative Matters, Executive Director's Report, K1B, Operational Priorities, Report on the Status of the Operational Priorities of the BOE. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is our workforce capacity. Due to our improved recruitment approaches and over the past 2.5 years, we have achieved better outcomes and have greatly reduced our vacancies. We continue to actively recruit our remaining vacancies using our lessons learned and leveraging the services of CDTFA. These include active participation in in-person and remote recruitment fairs, creation of recruitment materials, augmented recruitment training, use of multiple recruiters from diverse backgrounds and units within the agency, targeted online recruitment, and establishment of a career opportunities webpage. As we continue to ensure that we have the workforce capacity we need, we acknowledge there are some confines in our current classification structures. To address these issues, we are actively engaged in a classification study of our appraiser and auditor appraiser series and exploring the use of alternate classifications. These activities and possible changes will require various reviews, analysis, and approvals. Therefore, we expect this to be a long-term project. We are confident that these endeavors will serve the agency well in the future. The next item is in regard to the agency's strategic goal regarding workforce development. Over the last 2.5 years, we've expended tremendous efforts in creating and filling new positions for our administrative and legal infrastructure, bringing new property tax staff on board, and filling key supervisory and managerial positions. Over the last few months, and for the foreseeable future, we will devote our efforts to the implementation of our workforce development and succession plan. This plan includes an intentional focus on knowledge transfer through practical experience and mentorship to ensure our new staff and managers have the tools needed to successfully perform and grow in their roles as the next generation of property tax subject matter experts. Members, this concludes my report on the agency's day-to-day operational priorities. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
I don't have any questions. Let me see if my colleagues have anything.
Yeah, I do, if I could.
Mr.
Yeah.
Gaines.
Thank you, Ms. Bernardi. Can you indicate where we stand in terms of new hires, and are there new retirements?
I don't have, I know we have some retirements
Okay.
coming up. I don't have the exact number.
Okay.
As far as new recruits, we did not make any did not have a new recruit. We had
Okay.
one person accept and then decline the position, so
Okay.
it's a
All
net
right.
zero.
All right. Thank you.
I had a comment.
Please.
Ms. Renati, when you have a retirement, you give us a resolution of the person's service, and the discussion is 100% BOE of what he or she has done with the BOE. I would like to, if the person has any humanistic experiences, like maybe a family, or maybe they play the violin, they went to UC Berkeley, or something like that, outside of the workday with us, I'd like to see that added to their resolutions.
Thank you for the suggestion, Ms. Vice Chair.
All right. Seeing that there are no other questions, is there more to your presentation?
Yep. Then the next item on the agenda is other administrative matters, Executive Director's Report, K1C. Proposition 19, Implementation Project. Report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 Implementation Project. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Again, Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. I will provide an update on our Prop 19 implementation project. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. I'm happy to report that the status of the implementation of Prop 19 is green, meaning no issues to report. The BOE has a dedicated webpage to Prop 19, which can be accessed through our homepage. That webpage does include updated guidance, frequently asked questions, related legislation, and any other resources that we've come across to assist our taxpayers. As of this past Monday, our Prop 19 webpage has received approximately 490 unique external page views since we launched the page in November 2020. So 2 years, about 400, we can round up to 408,000. This includes an additional 9,093 unique page views since last board meeting. This concludes my presentation on the topic. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on this side? Schaefer, Gaines?
No.
None? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go out to the AT&T moderator on this. It concludes the administrative matters. AT&T operator, could you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, for comment, please press 10 this time. Again, please press 10 for comments. And Madam Chair, we have no one in queue at this time.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is other administrative matters, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, K2A, operational update. Update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, including Proposition 19, education and outreach, and other matters. This matter will be presented by Ms. Wing.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I am Margie Wing, the Senior Specialist in the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. I'm here to provide an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate and Office and Proposition 19 Education and Outreach to keep you informed. Our agency's advocate, Lisa Thompson, extends her apologies for being unable to attend today as she is out of the office. First, I would like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office and provide some insight on the types of cases they consisted of. Attached to this month's public agenda notice is a memorandum from our office to the Executive Director reporting the number of completed and resolved cases, itemized by board member district, further distinguished between the administrative versus the evaluation categories, and by topic area within those categories. In October 2022, we completed 27 cases. 8 were in Board Member Gaines' District 1, 9 were in Board Member Cohen's District 2, 3 were in Board Member Vasquez's District 3, and 7 were in Board Member Schaefer's District 4. Of the 27 cases completed, 8 were from the administrative category, and 19 were from the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellation, defaulted and delinquent taxes, access to data, special assessments or direct levies on the property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category and its 8 cases in total, 4 pertained to delinquent or defaulted taxes, 1 pertained to filing a claim for refund, and 3 involved other concerns, such as pass-through expenses from a landlord to a tenant and legal ownership. With respect to the valuation category and its 19 cases in total, 5 pertained to actual enrollment of values, 1 case concerned appraisal methodology, 2 cases pertained to assessment appeals, 2 cases involved change in ownership, 5 cases pertained to exclusions from reassessment, 2 involved exemptions, and 2 cases involved general property taxation. To provide some additional insight on the specific type of exclusion exemptions of cases, I offer this further breakdown. For the 5 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 2 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, 3 pertain to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over. Of the 2 parent-child exclusion cases, 1 fell under prior law, Proposition 58, since the transfers occurred before the February 16, 2021 effective date of Proposition 19, and 1 fell under the current laws of Proposition 19's intergenerational exclusion provisions. With respect to the 3 cases pertaining to base year value transfers, 1 case was under the prior law of Proposition 60, as the transfer occurred before April 1, 2021, while the other 2 cases involved transfers that occurred under current laws of Proposition 19. For the 2 exemption cases, 1 pertained to the disabled veterans exemption and 1 pertained to the historical aircraft exemption. To provide an additional insight on the nature of cases that our office works on to assist taxpayer, I offer an example of a case our office worked on in October to help the taxpayer resolve his concern. This example case involved a taxpayer's request for a base year value transfer from one county to another county under Proposition 19. The taxpayer contacted our office after the base year value transfer had been granted because he was concerned that the new tax bill on his replacement home indicated an assessed value greater than the assessed value on his original home in the year that he sold it. The taxpayer thought it was an error because the market value of his original property was greater than the market value of his replacement property, so there should not have been any excess value added to the transfer value. Additionally, both transactions occurred within a month of each other, so there was no need to adjust the transferred value for the California Consumer Price Index, as our agency's guidelines in LTA 2022-009 explains for interim periods when the replacement is purchased after the original property is sold. And this is also clarified in our agency's property tax rule 462.540 subdivision C3. Our office reached out to the county assessor's office to obtain information on what the original property's factored base year value was prior to the sale and its market value at the time of its sale that was reported to its office on Certification of Value Form BOE 19C. When a taxpayer applies for a base year value transfer in a county different from where the original property was located, the county assessor's office where the replacement property is located requests completion of BOE 19C certification of value from the county assessor's office where the original property is located. As you are aware, our agency prescribes forms for county assessors to use statewide. The certification of value form is one of those forms developed by our agency after the passage of Proposition 19. The form provides key information needed to determine the replacement property's new taxable value. Our office researched public information on the taxpayer's original property for its original purchase date and purchase price, its base year value, and calculated the factored base year value up to the date that the taxpayer sold it some 19 years later. We confirmed that it was consistent with the property's factored base year value reported by the assessor on the certification of value form. We explained to the taxpayer that the assessed value on his original property at the time of the sale was actually not the factored base year value. Instead, the property was assessed under a decline in value status, also known as a Prop 8 value, where the market value of the property is less than its factored base year value. We helped the taxpayer understand that the assessor was following the law by transferring the factored base year value of the original property and enrolling that value rather than the Prop 8 assessed value that was identified on the assessor's most recent property tax bill for the original property. In this case, the factored base year value was approximately $40,000 higher than its Prop 8 value. And we provided support that the law specified it is the factored base year value that is transferred, with resources to Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 69.6, LTA 2022-009, and Property Tax Rule 462.540. Since the purchase price of the replacement home was substantially higher than the transferred factored base year value, the taxpayer still benefited from the base year value transfer for persons age 55 and over under Proposition 19. Additionally, for this taxpayer, we assisted him with the disabled veterans exemption by coordinating with the assessor's office on expediting the processing of his claim so that it could be reflected on his property tax bill before the deadline to pay the first installment for fiscal year 2022-23. The next item I would like to report on to keep the members informed is our work associated with Proposition 19, education and outreach for taxpayers. As reported in last month's meeting, our office completed its work on 8 information sheets to help taxpayers understand property tax laws and exclusions available to them. Specifically, these information sheets targeted the provisions for base year value transfers for seniors and disabled persons and for parent-child and grandparent-child exclusions. That completed our update to 4 information sheets that we published from July 2018 and June 2020 to reflect the changes due to passage of Proposition 19 and the development of our 4 new information sheets published earlier this year from June to August to reflect the new laws of Proposition 19. The information sheets are under the Publication 800 series and are available from BOE's main website and on the TRA webpage. To announce the availability of the information sheets on the agency's website, Letter to Assessors number 2022-051 was released on October 28, 2022, which included copies of the 8 information sheets. Assessors will be able to direct taxpayers to the LTA or the TRA website in their efforts to provide education to taxpayers regarding base year value transfers and intergenerational transfer exclusions. Lastly, we are pleased to announce that the information sheets for the parent-child and grandparent-child exclusions under the current laws of Proposition 19, as well as the prior law under Propositions 58, are now available in Spanish on our agency's website. They were posted just last week. The information sheets can be accessed through our agency's main publications webpage and our TRA webpage. The communications officer, Peter Kim, will be promoting them on social media shortly. At future board meetings, the TRA office will provide further updates on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. That concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Vasquez?
Ms. Wing, first of all, thank you for that in-depth report, and just want to congratulate you and Mr. Moon and your staff, or actually, I guess it was Mr. Kim, Peter Kim, for finally putting this thing in Spanish as well.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Question, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Gaines.
Just, you referenced that there was a refund. Do you have any detail on that?
I'm sorry, the refund?
Yeah, one of the administrative cases indicates a refund, and I'm just curious as to what would be the nature of a refund.
I'm sorry, I don't have the specific details here with me.
Okay.
But we could get back to you.
Yeah, if you
you'd
could.
like to- you'd
Yeah,
like
just general
information on-
terms. I'm not
Sure.
looking for any, I just wanted the nature of what a refund would be.
Okay.
And what would spur that inquiry.
We will get back to you on that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public
We
comment.
normally had scheduled on the agenda to break for lunch at this time. Oh, you know what? Before we go forward, I forgot to go to the moderator.
Right.
Let me do that first. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make public comment, please press 10 at this time. Once again, for comment, please press 10. And we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
Could we go to item K?
We can, yes.
you.
We're going to move to item K4A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Projects, Activities, and Departmental Issues, including Prop 19 implementation, actions and guidance, letters to assessors, appraisal, training, and certification, and state-assessed properties. This item will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. My name is David Young, for the record. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With me today, I have Ms. Glenna Schultz. She will be presenting part of the updates. And Mr. McCool, which is not quite here yet, so we will go ahead and move forward. So first for you, I have a update on the implementation of Prop 19 with the board's earlier action in the agenda item C. It represents our winding down of the rulemaking process. So far, we have done 3 rounds of rulemaking. The initial rules, emergency rules, and this is to make the emergency rules permanent. So with that, our implementation part of Prop 19 is starting to wind down. Staff is shifting focus to more of the daily operational needs of Prop 19. We're continuing, of course, answering inquiries from stakeholders, taxpayers, and assessors. We are also focusing on our administrative role, as in our clearinghouse functions. We do have a clearinghouse function for the base year transfers, that we keep track of the 3-time limit for each one of those base year transfers. And we're continuing our own internal processes of educating and updating our staff. And of course, we continue looking at our existing guidance and monitoring the need for additional guidance as it comes up with the assessors or with stakeholders. So we're doing a slow transition out of the implementation and more into the daily administration of Prop 19. It is consistent with our plan. We had projected an implementation process to basically start winding down by the end of this year. So we are on target. So thank you. That concludes my presentation for Prop 19 updates. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Let's see, questions?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And without questions, I will turn over to Ms. Glenna Schultz for the next presentations on letters to assessor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, it provides a link to the board's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, board staff have issued a total of 51 LTAs for calendar year 2022, and 4 of those LTAs had been issued since our last board meeting. Those 4 LTAs are summarized as follows. an LTA to issue an assessment practices survey report for Napa County, an LTA on 2022 property tax legislation, an LTA that announces the 2023 calendar for the valuation of public utilities and railroads, and, as Ms. Wing just finished discussing, an LTA that announced updated information sheets on Proposition 19 by our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Vasquez has a question.
First, before I forget, thank you, Mr. Young, for your efforts and basically your staff. I know they worked really hard on Prop 19, and they really rose to the occasion, given the confusions we still have. And I mean, it's a shame to hear for all this, it's still not going to really meet the goal in terms of the finance part. But Ms. Schultz, thank you for your work as well, especially with your department on the taxpayers' rights advocates with the LTAs, the information that you've worked on, especially the information sheets, I think are invaluable. I've been passing out, using it within my district. Really wanted to thank you for that and your staff.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay.
I will now provide a brief report on the board's appraisal training and certification program. Since our last board meeting, we have taught 5 more classes of our most requested courses. So far, during calendar year 2022, we have taught 20 classes and trained a total of 513 students. During 22-23, we have scheduled 33 classes, both in-person and virtual. In addition to these classes, we plan on hosting 2 3-hour workshops, one on mineral property and one on taxable possessory interests. These workshops will be hosted via Teams and should be able to accommodate several hundred students. We will also continue to offer our existing online training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses available on the BOE's website, plus our self-study training sessions also available on the BOE's website. With this combination of different types of teaching formats being offered and utilizing more staff from other sources, we anticipate being able to far surpass the number of courses offered and the number of students taught in recent years. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Vasquez.
Once again, thank you, Ms. Schultz, but I was just wondering on this, the capacity, especially since we're doing some of these classes online. And I know, for example, the 2 3-hour workshops can accommodate like 100 students. And I was just wondering, is there a limit on when you're doing it through Teams? Or is it just an issue of maybe the instructor finds it overwhelming when they're doing more than that?
We do have a limit when we do the courses during Teams so that the instructor is able to answer the student questions and deal with the students better.
Interact, yeah.
Yes.
So I imagine that's the challenge, because I know, in speaking to some of the assessors when I was at the conference a few days ago here, they were expressing their concern and, their frustration that they just need more of this. And I think doing it online obviously helps, I think, a little bit, but one, I guess it makes it easier for them to participate. But I was just wondering if there was a way to maximize it as possible. But at the same time, I know the issue becomes, how do you do justice to all the students?
No, you're absolutely correct. There is a little bit of a distinction between some of our classes themselves and our webinar or workshops. Our webinar and workshops are more of a informational meeting where we give them a lot of information. The opportunity for a whole lot of dialogue and questions and answering questions, it's a little bit smaller. When we have a class, there's a lot of engagement with the students and the person and the instructor. So that one-on-one, that type of learning where it's very active, by its very nature, kind of sets a little bit of a limit on how many people can be in there. So while you can give a webinar to many people, in this case, we're hoping to be several hundred, it's less of a two-way learning opportunity. The classrooms are really our two-way learning type venues. So there's a little bit of a limit. And we're finding, at least for us and the subject matter we teach, somewhere around the mid-30s, 35 to 40 is probably our upper end, where that interactive learning starts to fall off a little bit.
No, I know that's a challenge
yeah,
when
it
you're,
is.
especially I know as a former teacher, when you're
Yeah,
trying to create the
absolutely.
dialogue, you
Yeah.
don't want in this case, they call it the subject, the student, to be just sitting there and you're just kind of dumping all this
Yeah,
information
yeah,
on them.
yeah.
Kind of like the banking theory they used to say, right? But
Exactly.
At the end of the day, and I know it's a tough
Yeah.
one, but I appreciate
Of
all
course.
the work you're doing on that.
Go ahead.
So just, it sounds like we're able to meet the demand, though.
I believe we are at this
Yeah.
point because while our virtual classes are full, the in-person classes have not been filled to capacity.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if nothing else, Mr. McCool is up next for the State Assessed Properties
Great.
Division.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will be providing information on the status of upcoming work in our division. SAPD staff continue to work diligently on state assessed appeals. Later today, the board is set to act on 5 petitions. Additionally, the final round of appeals conferences took place last week, and staff are currently working to review material that was requested as a result of those conferences. The final group of petitions will be presented before the board at the December board meeting. SAPD staff are also currently preparing the annual newsletter mailed to each state assessee. This newsletter provides key information regarding how to file annual property statements, provides key dates and deadlines, and also provides a detailed listing of key staff to contact for specific topic areas. In addition to being mailed to each state assessee, the annual newsletter is also posted to our website. Our staff are also busy updating the annual property statement forms and instructions. This involves collaboration with the Forms and Publications Unit at CDTFA. The final electronic version of the forms and instructions will be placed on our website and will be made ADA accessible. Each assessee will be mailed a hard copy of their applicable forms and instructions in late December, with the forms being due next March 1st. That concludes my report, and I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Comments of Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick one. I know we're trying to get to that point where we're 100% paperless, and I know it's a little bit tough, and this also came up with some of the assessors. And I was just wondering, as we're doing more of this and we're promoting it, what we can do to kind of push that forward, because I know I did run across one assessor that I guess is still kind of the old school, where he wasn't real excited about pushing paperless because they still want that tangible piece. And I know we can't enforce that, but obviously we can encourage it.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering, perhaps as we move forward, is there some way that we could possibly, I guess, make it more inviting and less threatening for some of these folks that we have that are it's tough to move them from, the whole modernization piece, right? I
Right.
get that piece. And,
Right. Yeah, and that's why we provide both options. So
I
I will
know.
say, I don't have specific percentages, but I will say the number of assessees that will file the electronic versions of the forms with us increases every year. But we do provide the hard copy version for those that continue to want to file with the hard copies. There's conversations on modernizing our technology that are longer term, and it would be our hope to incorporate further electronic options for those that wish to take advantage of those.
Yeah, I was just wondering what we can do to kind of put aside some of those fears that some of these older folks have.
Sure.
And I'm one of them. It's tough. It's a challenge. As things become so more and more modernized and technology is taking over.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. All right, thanks.
Definitely.
Anyone down in this end? No? No? Okay. Thanks, Mr. McCool.
Thank you. That should conclude our presentation.
Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make public comment on this matter, please press 1, then 0. Once again, for comments, press 1, 0, please. And we have no callers queuing up for comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will take up the legislative matter after lunch. We're going to break for lunch. Thank you so much.
1 hour.
We'll be back. We will reconvene in 1 hour at 1 p.m. Thank you.
We bring the world out here. That's why we have bureaucrats. We're elected.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1:13. We are going to reconvene our Board of Equalization meeting. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please call please call the roll, and then just acknowledge that we have our
Yes, that would be great.
our house has changed.
Yes, it would be wonderful to call the roll again. Chair Cohen?
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Present.
Member Gaines?
Present?
Member Vasquez?
Present.
Controller Yi?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, please call the item.
I need to make an announcement before we start
Okay.
this afternoon. We are having issues with our closed captioner. They will be on in a few minutes, but we ask anyone who needs that service to please use the YouTube service on the live stream for a period of time. You'll see the closed captioner service that we provide will come up momentarily. Just wanted to make sure that. The first item this afternoon is D, Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters Consent. D2, Property Tax Matters. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code 15626. The first item on the agenda is petition for reassessment of unitary value. A, Phillips 66 Pipeline LLC, 0480 SAU 22-007. This is a constitutional function. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration and adoption is one petition for reassessment of unitary value. In this matter, SAPD staff and representatives for the petitioner were able to work collaboratively to resolve the issue raised in the petition. The petitioner was cooperative during the process and provided staff with additional information and data that was requested. As a result, SAPD staff and the petitioner are in agreement on the recommendation before you, and I ask for your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments for Mr. McCool? Anyone? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion?
Yes. I'll make a motion. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, let's call it.
I guess what is the motion?
Adoption.
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt, but before we do that, do we need to take public comment, Ms. Cicchetti?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And at this time, there's no one in queue.
Thank you.
All right, so a motion to accept? Second by Mr. Schaefer. Let's call the roll.
Call the roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer? Member Gaines? Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yi?
Thank you.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCool.
The next item on the agenda is E, Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters Adjudicatory. E3, Legal Appeals Property Tax Matters. There are 4 items. Petition for reassessment of unitary value. I'm going to read all of them, but we're going to take each of the adjudicatory items up separately. Central Valley Gas Storage, 0104. Wild Goose Storage, LLC, 0195. Lodi Gas Storage, LLC, 0198. And Gill Ranch Storage, 0121. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Board Proceedings has received contribution disclosure forms from the parties, agents, and participants. Of the contribution disclosure forms filed in this matter, no disqualifying contributions were disclosed. All parties, agents, and participants on the memorandum provided to your office. This is a constitutional function. These matters will be presented by Ms. Yim, who will be presenting remotely.
Hello, Ms. Yim.
Hello, good afternoon. Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Sonia Yim, the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization, and I serve as a neutral fact finder on behalf of the board in the cases before you. Before I dive into the first petition, I'd like to give you a general overview of the 4 cases before you today. All 4 petitioners own gas storage facilities in California, and for each petition, I have submitted a summary decision for your consideration. In all 4 of these cases, the parties are in agreement. The parties have also waived their appearances before the board, and they're requesting that the board decide the petitions on the basis of the written record. Because the parties reached agreement after the appeals conferences occurred, the rules do not allow the item to appear on the consent calendar and must be adjudicated. So with that, I'll proceed with the first petitioner on the agenda, as Ms. Cicchetti has called, which is Central Valley Gas Storage. Petitioner is a natural gas storage facility located in Northern California. Petitioner has raised 4 primary issues within their 2022 board-adopted unitary value. 1, whether the income shortfall analysis recognizes an appropriate level of economic obsolescence in determining the reproduction cost less depreciation or cost approach value indicator. 2, whether respondent failed to account for the appropriate level of economic obsolescence in determining the value of petitioner's pad gas in the cost approach. 3, whether the 4 years of prior revenues and expenses submitted in the petition is more reliable than a 3-year average used in the 2022 board adopted value to calculate the CEA or income value indicator. And 4, whether respondent incorrectly reconciled the value indicators by placing 50% reliance each on the cost and income value indicators. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision submitted in this case, I'm recommending that the board partially grant this petition as to issue 2 and deny the petition as to all other issues. As noted, both SAPD and petitioner have expressed that they're in agreement with this recommendation. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, do we have any questions? Nope? Okay.
Motion?
Motion to approve
Mr. Gaines has made a motion to adopt.
or adopt?
Is there a second? Mr. Schaefer has seconded that motion.
We're going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, can you please tell us if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0. And we have no one in queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gaines made a motion to adopt staff recommendation with Mr. Schaefer seconding. I'll call the roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer? Aye. Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? Motion passes. The next item is E3C, Wild Goose Storage LLC.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board, we'll now move on to our next petition, Wild Goose Storage. Petitioner is a natural gas storage facility located in Northern California. Petitioner has raised 3 primary issues within their 2022 board-adopted unitary value. 1, whether respondent failed to account for the appropriate level of economic obsolescence in determining the value of petitioner's pad gas in the cost approach. 2, whether SAPD incorrectly excluded lease expenses in its income shortfall study. And 3, whether respondent incorrectly reconciled the value indicators by placing 50% reliance each on the cost and income value indicators. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision submitted in this case, I'm recommending that the board partially grant this petition as to issue 1 and deny the petition as to all other issues. As noted, both SAPD and the petitioner have expressed that they're in agreement with this recommendation. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any discussions, questions. Nope. All right. Is there a motion to adopt the appeals attorney summary decision?
So moved.
All right. I'll make that motion. Second by Mr. Schaefer. This is a motion to adopt summary decision.
Let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. At this time, there's no one in queue.
Great. Thank you. Member Cohen has made a motion to adopt staff recommendation with Member Schaefer seconding. I'm going to take the roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? The motion passes.
Thank you.
The next item is E3D, Lodi Gas Storage LLC, 0198.
All right,
Thank
ready.
you, Ms. Chiquetti.
Continue.
Sure, thank you. Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board, we'll now move on to our next petition, Lodi Gas Storage. Petitioner is a natural gas storage facility located in Northern California. Petitioner has raised two primary issues within their 2022 board-adopted unitary value. One, whether respondent failed to account for the appropriate level of economic obsolescence in determining the value of petitioner's pad gas in the cost approach. And two, whether respondent incorrectly reconciled the value indicators by placing 50% reliance each on the cost and income value indicators. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision submitted in this case, I'm recommending that the board partially grant this petition as to issue 1 and deny the petition as to the other issue. As noted, both SAPD and the petitioner have expressed that they're in agreement with this recommendation. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
All right, let's see if there's any questions. None? None? All right, thank you. I'll make a motion to adopt. Second by Mr. Schaefer.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And we have no one in queue.
Member Cohen has made a motion to adopt staff recommendation with Member Schaefer seconding. I'm going to take roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? The motion passes.
Thank you.
The final petition is Gill Ranch Storage LLC 0121.
Thank you, Ms. Chiquetti. Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board, we'll now move on to our final petition, Gill Ranch Storage. Petitioner is a natural gas storage facility located in Fresno, California. Petitioner has raised 4 primary issues within their 2022 board-adopted unitary value. 1, whether respondent failed to account for the appropriate level of economic obsolescence in determining the value of petitioner's pad gas in the cost approach. 2, whether respondent incorrectly failed to apply an income shortfall obsolescence factor to the cost approach value indicator. 3, whether respondent must adjust petitioner's 2022 income or CEA value indicator based on an updated 5-year income forecast submitted during the 2022 appeal. And 4, whether respondent incorrectly reconciled the value indicators by placing 50% reliance each on the cost and income value indicators. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision submitted in this case, I'm recommending that the board partially grant this petition as to issue 3 and deny the petition as to all other issues. As noted, both SAPD and the petitioner have expressed that they're in agreement with this recommendation. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
All right, any discussion, colleagues? Questions, clarifications? Thank you for the presentation. I'll make a motion to adopt the summary decision.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Schaefer.
We're going to go out to the AT&T moderator to see if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And we have no one in queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cohen has made a motion to adopt staff recommendation with Member Schaefer seconding. I'm going to take roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Please call the next item.
The next item on the agenda is Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief Report, K5A, Agencies 2023 Legislative Proposals. The board will consider suggested proposals from the Legislative Research and Statistics Division for legislation to be sponsored by the Board of Equalization in the first year of the 2023-24 legislative session. The 2023 legislative proposal, alcohol beverage tax, K5A1, amend Section 3287 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, amend to authorize electronic service of levies under the Alcoholic Beverage Tax Program. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
So, good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members of the board. This is Dustin Weatherby, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So, attached to the public agenda notice, I provide the board with 3 legislative proposals and their respective analyses for consideration for the board into the inclusion of the BOE's 2023 legislative package. So, for proposals that are approved by the board, I will begin the process of working with the legislature to secure authors and assist with moving the board sponsors' proposals through the legislative process. So, for each proposal I am presenting today, I will summarize the proposed legislation, provide background on why the proposal is necessary, and state any fiscal effects the proposed change will have. So each of these proposals will be discussed separately and presented separately. So the first legislative proposal amends Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32387 to authorize electronic service levies to collect delinquent tax liabilities under the Alcoholic Beverage Tax Program. So current statute allows levies under the ABT program to be only sent via first-class mail or personally served by an individual. So this proposal would increase efficiency and administration of the ABT program. It does not have any fiscal impacts. So this will conclude my presentation on this proposal. I'm available to take any questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. Do you have one?
Just a quick one.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for the report, Mr. Weatherby. I am very supportive of this proposal. I was just curious if, on the refund process that you are proposing here, to do it very quickly, can you briefly clarify the public process, how it works?
So thank you for that question, Board Member Vasquez. That's actually going to be proposal number 2 on the refunds and the cancellations.
Great, thank you.
So we're going to take a vote on each one to see if you guys want to go forward with these. So I'm first going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, to comment on this item, please press 10 at this time. Once again, for public comment, press 10, please. And we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
No callers in queue. Thank you. Let's see. No questions for the colleagues. All right, let's keep going.
Take a motion?
Yes.
We would like to take a vote if, in fact, we'd like Mr. Weatherby to go forward with this.
Mr. Weatherby, we'll take a motion. I'll take a motion. Is there a second for us to move forward? Second by Mr. Schaefer. We will move forward. Please continue.
Well, going to take a vote.
Thank you.
The member Cohn made a motion for Mr. Weatherby to move forward on this proposal as presented. Chair Cohn?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, board members, moving on to the second item. The second legislative proposal amends RTC sections 32401 and 32440 to require any determinations or cancellations made by the board under the Alcoholic Beverage Tax Program that are in excess of $50,000 to be made available to the public for at least 10 days after the effective date of the determination or cancellation rather than 10 days prior. So this applies to tax, penalty, or interest that have been paid more than once, have been erroneously or illegally collected or computed. This proposal will increase efficiency in administration of the ABT program and allows taxpayers who overpaid their tax or had amounts erroneously calculated to receive their refund or cancellation earlier. So this proposal has no fiscal impact this will conclude my presentation on this item. I'm available to take any questions.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
It's the one
Just a
I
second,
proposed-
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Vick.
go ahead.
Mr. Schaefer, do you want to go first?
Yes. Dustin, how many determinations or cancellations do we do with the Board of, under the Alcoholic Beverage Tax Program? Is it several a year or less?
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair Schaefer. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. For this particular proposal, this only affects any items that are greater than 50,000. And to my knowledge, there have not been any refunds or, any cancellations or determinations greater than that in at least the last 5 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vasquez?
Just the quick one I was asking earlier, and and it's more just if you could briefly clarify to the public that's listening here how this is going to, or how does it, you're going to expedite this?
So, for example, if a taxpayer who had let's say, accidentally overpaid their tax, so let's say they paid the tax twice, and let's just assume it's $55,000. They could go back to collections and, prove that they've overpaid twice. And once the collections approves that their determination was, they overpaid twice accidentally, or in the instance if, the agency incorrectly assessed a tax on them in greater than 50,000, then that taxpayer would then receive that refund. Under current statute, the way it works is if it's greater than 50,000, the board would make a determination, and then that determination becomes public record. It gets put into a binder that's held by agency staff, and then that will sit in that binder for 10 days, and after 10 days, then the taxpayer would receive their refund. This proposal would essentially expedite that process and move the timeline to 10 days after the refund or the determination of cancellation is made. So once that determination is made, the taxpayer would then get the refund, and then that would be held in public record for 10 days after. Because once these determinations are made, there's no way for the agency to recoup the money if need be. The only way the agency can get the money back would be the state controller would have to essentially file suit in court to then claw back the money. So this really just assists taxpayers in getting the money back to them earlier rather than having to wait when there's really no sort of process for the agency to get that money back anyways.
And if it's an error on our part, we provide it with interest, or we don't?
No, we don't.
All right, great, thank you.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who has who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Currently none in queue. Ladies and gentlemen, to comment, please press 10. And we have no callers queuing up to comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue.
Motion
Yes.
to...
Accept. Is there a motion to accept?
Second.
All right, I'll make the motion, second by Mr. Schaefer.
Member Cohen made a motion to move forward with the proposal as presented by staff, seconding by Mr. Schaefer. Taking roll, Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
And Controller Yee. Motion passes.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And the final proposal is a proposal to amend RTC sections 62.1, 62.5, and 69.4 to include references to Revenue and Taxation Code section 63.2, and additionally amend section 69.4 to include reference to Revenue and Taxation Code 69.6. So, board members, SB 539, as you know, is the Proposition 19 implementation bill that was signed in 2021, added Revenue and Taxation Codes 63.2 relating to the intergenerational transfer exclusion, and Revenue and Taxation Code 69.6 related to the over 55 severely disabled or disaster-based or value transfer. Currently, the statute does not reference these sections, so this is a technical proposal that incorporates changes made by SB 539 into the RTC code. This does not have any fiscal impact, and this will conclude my presentation on this proposal, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Once again, for public comment on this matter, please press 10. 10 for comment, please. And again, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
Great. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to adopt. And a second by Mr. Schaefer.
Member Cohen makes a motion to move forward on the proposal as presented by staff with a second from Mr. Schaefer. Take the roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, board members.
All right, colleagues, what I'd like to do at this point is go back to, and I'll make a motion to revisit the item I-1A that was deferred from earlier this morning.
Is there a second?
Oh, we need a second? Second? We need a second. I thought it was automatic, I'm sorry.
I'm not quite sure.
No.
It's not automatic.
It requires a second, and just for clarification, this is a motion to untable the matter I-1 from earlier this morning. As I understand it, Chair Cohen made the motion, and it sounds like Member Vasquez seconded,
Yes.
so.
All right, we have a motion on the table to untable motion, item I-1A, made by Ms. Cohen and seconded by Mr. Vasquez. I'm going to take the roll. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee? Back on the...
We're back on it. Thank you, So, colleagues, right before we took our lunch break, Mr. Eppolite had read into the record some changes. And so what I'd like to do is to accept his proposed change. This is in proposed change B, page 13, subsection 8. This is the board chair and vice chair section. Section A, election of board chair and vice chair. I'd like to remove in the second line, in the second latter part of the sentence, or earlier if there is no December meeting. I'm going to remove that because state statute requires us to act accordingly. And then also I'd like to remove portions of language that I was proposing earlier. The portions that I'd like to remove are, quote, during an election year, the chair will continue to serve as chair until the election of new officers will set and approve the agenda in December for the subsequent January board meeting. If the chair is termed out, not reelected, or decides not to run for reelection, the vice chair will serve as chair. If both chair and vice chair are termed out, not reelected, or decides not to run for reelection, the executive director will have the controller call the first meeting in order pending the election of officers. So again, I'm advocating for the removal of this language. And I am attempting to address just the election of the chair and the vice chair. Is there any discussions? Member Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you maybe just read the paragraph now as it stands, reflecting your...
My changes?
Yes.
Yes. The board shall, this is again, A, election of the board chair and the vice chair. The board shall automatically place on the agenda an election to take place in December for the offices of chair and vice chair of the board. The chair and vice chair shall serve one full year term, which shall begin January 1st of the following year and will end on December 31st, with the exception of an election year. There is no limit on serving consecutive terms. If there is a tied vote, the currently serving chair or vice chair, as the case may be, shall continue to serve.
So thank you for clarifying. So with respect to the exception of an election year, are we clarifying what happens in an election year with that second sentence in the paragraph?
The second sentence in the paragraph. During an election year, the board shall defer. Is
Right.
that what you mean, that
Yes.
sentence? Yes.
Okay, so we're keeping that sentence? 'Cause
Correct.
that would make sense if you're calling out the exception, right?
Yes.
Okay. And can we clarify that it's during a gubernatorial election year? I mean, since it's.
Oh, yeah, we can
We could
clarify
have
that.
elections every year.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
yes. Just want to make sure our legal team is following these note changes. A gubernatorial year, election year.
So
it's-
just so I'm following along, excuse the interruption, Chair Cohen, I'm understanding that we are talking about on the item that is attached to the pan, proposed changed letter B, and this is the language with the exception of the or earlier if there is no December meeting being struck out, and specifying that we're referring to a gubernatorial election year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the changes I have so far. Thank you.
That's what
I
we
just want to make sure
discussed.
I'm tracking.
Yeah,
Appreciate
You're
it.
tracking, correct. Yes.
So just a point of clarification, so this sounds different than what you were mentioning earlier. So are we still going to agendize the election in December?
As I understand the change, it is what Member Cohen, or excuse me, Chair Cohen had suggested earlier. So in this case, because we are in a gubernatorial election year, it would be deferred. And according to her language, it would be deferred to January.
Oh, yeah, I'm opposed to that. I think it should happen, we should agendize it like we had originally had in the governance in December, and if for some reason there's not a consensus, then I would go to your recommendation to defer it to January, if that's friendly.
So,
Controller
Madam Chair,
Yee.
So is the intent here to have, so during a gubernatorial election year, the election of the chair and vice chair would be deferred until after the duly elected board members are sworn in? Okay, yes, I see. So you want the new board members to have an ability to participate in the election of the chair and vice chair? That's the intent, okay. Okay. And Mr. Vasquez, your objection?
And my position is, like in this case, it just so happens that our chair is already going to be gone in December, right? She'll be leaving us.
She'll be leaving in January.
Yes. So rather than, and in talking to staff, and maybe staff could come up, it's my understanding, if we have the opportunity to elect a chair, if there's a consensus on the board, for example, in December, to elect a chair, that we should do it and give that person the opportunity to work with the chair or the staff to make sure that everything's aligned in January. And in this case, we would have a vacancy basically between December. We would be chairless, I guess, between December and January.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
No, Member Cohen, our controller-elect, will not be assuming office of controller until January 2nd. So she would chair this board through December.
Right.
Right.
Not- which they do anyways, right? I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if there's an opportunity, if there's a consensus, for example, that in December, since it's, the way the governance is written now, we're to agendize it every December. And actually, looking at the minutes back, the original conversation, I believe it was you that mentioned that if we could do it earlier, it's even better, just to give time for staff and the new leadership to prepare
For a
the new year.
transition, yeah.
Right. So that's why I was just kind of, and now, but let's say, for example, there isn't a consensus in December, then you're right, it would just roll back to us until January, when, in this case, we would have one new board member
Yeah.
to weigh in.
No, and I remember when this first came up,
And
and I,
actually, if we wanted to separate it and say just the chair and wait for the new board member in this case to come on in January for the vice chair, I'm okay with that.
I don't think I'm okay with that. I think the organization of the board should be an action that is a complete one for consideration of the leadership of this board. And I apologize, I had not contemplated when we did the original governance policy, because I think it was shortly after all of you were elected, so
Right.
I wasn't even thinking that far ahead. But it seems to me it makes sense for whoever the incoming board member, singular, is going forward, should have the ability to participate in the vote on the organization of the board, because that's who they're going to be serving with. Yeah, I had not contemplated that aspect of it when we had the original governance policy, because I think we were just so concerned about the timing of when we would do the organization of the board at that time. But I see Ms. Cohen's point about, not precluding the opportunity for a board member elect to actually then participate in the organization of the board once sworn in. So, since that person will be properly then a bona fide member of this body.
Okay. Mr. Gaines, you had also expressed some consternation about this. Do you have anything?
I just don't think there's any reason to change it.
Yeah.
We've set a policy, and I'm not convinced that the decision has to be made in January. We're going to have the same situation in 4 years. We're going to have a majority leave this board. So Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Schaefer and myself will be termed out. And, I just don't, in terms of a changing of a new member who hasn't been sworn in yet, so I'm not sure why that individual should be weighing in on a decision for the board in terms of who the chair is of the board. We are members that have served here for a term. We've been reelected for a second term, so I don't understand the rationale.
No, I agree. I mean, at the end of the event, if we agendize it in December and for some reason there's not a consensus, then I would say, let's move it to January, is what I would propose, but I don't know how people feel.
Well, I think that what I'd like to do maybe is just kind of use an example. On November 8th, voters voted to elect new members in the House of Representatives. And if an election were held among the current members, Nancy Pelosi would be the elected speaker. And this would not reflect the results of the election. That's why the new speaker will be elected by the new House meeting in January. And what we're attempting to do here at the Board of Equalization should support this democratic tradition of having newly elected members select their leader. We followed this policy when I was at the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. It follows the House of Representatives, and I think that it should follow the same democratic principles here at the board. This is not about individual board members. It's not about, it's really about respecting voters, and that their will be expressed at the ballot box. And the new member, yes, she will be new, but she will be representing 10 million people, 1/4 of the state of California. And so I think that we should take and welcome this opportunity to make this correction. I think that Controller Yee, when she was putting forth the governance document, was a policy to guide us, and quite honestly, it has done a great job. It's done exactly that this entire year, last year as well, and it's helped us steer through some murky areas and has brought us clarity. So I think that we are just going to be at an impasse, and we've got some folks, 2 members at least, that are not in agreement to what is being proposed here. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the changes to the governance policy. And is there a second for this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Controller Yee. Thank you. Could you please, let's see, we took public comments earlier, but maybe we should take it again.
We'll take it again on this
Okay.
motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to make a substitute motion that that we leave the document as it is in terms of the chair and the vice chair for December. And if for some reason there's no consensus, because in December, then we roll it into January. Because as you were mentioning, this new person represents 10 million. We have 3 other members that represent 30 million that were just reelected. So I don't see that as being undemocratic. I see it more, for me, it's more of an issue of just a smoother transition. And in talking to staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, Executive Director, for you, I think it makes it an easier transition if you know who the chair is in December that you're going to be working with in January, correct?
Thank you, Member Vasquez, for that question. It would make it easier as we're setting up our agenda and making the plans. I am tracking what Chair Cohen is saying as well, as far as in the gubernatorial year like this year, the current chair will help set the agenda in December for the January meeting. That's fine, but when I'm looking at the calendar and the process of that, I have a December meeting scheduled for December 13th and 14th, and it's going to be a full calendar. And then I have a January meeting scheduled for January 25th. So that and then factor in holidays. I think for this particular year, to try to get the January agenda approved by December 31st or January 2nd would be a heavy lift for all parties. So I don't think it's feasible. I think, and recognizing what everybody is saying, the need for all members to have an opportunity to select the leadership of the board. May I offer that we don't do an election in December? We wait until January. We could either wait till January 25th when we have our first scheduled meeting, or the current chair can go ahead and schedule a special meeting to take place earlier in January, just for that sole purpose of the election of the chair and vice chair. And from that time period where the current chair would then be the controller and sworn in, we won't have a chair in place, but our current governance allows for the vice chair to step in.
Right. So there's still leadership here.
Yes.
I appreciate a third option. And I think it's a fair compromise to have a special election in earlier parts of January. I'm inconsequential to that. And maybe we could take up that matter after we need to bring closure on the open motion now.
I agree.
But I agree that that is an opportunity that might satisfy his concerns.
Madam Chair, I have a question to Ms. Stowers. I'm sorry, I missed the whole thread about why the need for a specially noticed meeting
I was
in
just
January?
thinking if we want to get the chair and vice chair in place as soon as possible. Because we don't have our first meeting until January
Correct.
25th.
Right,
At the end of the month.
At the end of the month.
right.
But we don't have to have a special meeting. We could just, business as usual.
Yeah.
Don't vote in December. Vice Chair Schaefer will be the acting, by governance,
Will be the chair.
will be the chair and will lead the meeting in January. We'll approve the agenda and lead the meeting.
Yes.
And the first thing on the calendar for the meeting could be the organization of the board.
Correct. There's no leadership gaps.
No.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay, so there's been a motion that's been made. It's been second. Mr. Keddy, do we need to take public comment again on this particular
Yes.
item? Since we've got some items.
Well, wait a second, we had a substitute
I
motion.
had a substitute motion. Was there a second on it, though?
I'll second it.
And there was a second. So I guess the substitute motion would go first.
No, does it?
Yeah.
Substitute
Yeah.
motion?
Parliamentary
Yes,
procedures,
I got a
it does.
motion, a second, yes.
No, I don't think so. I think
It has to be voted on.
Yeah, thank you.
The substitute motion has to be voted on. If it's voted on and approved, then it takes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's on the floor.
But it's on the floor.
It's on the floor, so then we can, so we're going to call the substitute motion, but for first, I think we need to just make sure we have public comment because there's a lot of information going around.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm going to read the substitute motion. That we leave the document as it is in terms of the chair and vice chair for December, and if for some reason there's no consensus, because in December, then we roll it into January.
And we could do it early January. if that
And
works.
just, sorry to be technical, but just so that we're all clear, when you mean consensus, you mean a majority vote for chair or vice chair?
Right, because we need
Thank
a
you.
majority for it to go
Right.
forward. yeah. Yeah,
That
I'm sorry.
consensus connotes something a little different, so.
I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
So the motion was given by Mr. Vasquez and was seconded by Mr. Gaines.
Correct.
So I could call the roll on
Yes.
that one?
Yeah, call
But I
the roll.
believe I need to go out to the AT&T moderator first.
For public.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this motion?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make comment on this motion, please press 1-0 at this time. And we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you. I'm going to call roll. Chair Cohen?
No.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
No.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee?
No.
The
Okay,
motion
thank
does
you.
not
The
pass.
motion fails. The substitute motion fails. You might recall that we have another motion that was also on the floor that was been
The original
seconded.
motion, yes.
Right.
And the motion was that I have is to adopt the changes to the governance policy as outlined by Ms. Cohen. I believe, let's see, I don't, hold on.
I can help out a little
Okay.
bit. It is the one that was published, proposed change letter B as in boy, with the exception of the clause at the end of the first sentence, which states, or earlier if there is no December meeting is struck, and the word gubernatorial is put in front of the election year.
Mr. Nanjo, may I ask Matt through the chair, will you just read the paragraph
Yeah,
as
sure.
revised,
I
so
have it.
we're not trying to draw arrows all over the place?
removes during an election year.
Just read the entire paragraph, please.
I'm going
Would you like me to read it?
as
That was put back.
proposed. I have one question. What was your statement, Mr. Nanjo?
The during an election year was put back in, so that's part of it.
And it's been put back to a gubernatorial election
Correct.
year.
No, but this is-
I'll read it. I'll read
All
it,
right,
ladies.
read it then.
Let me do it. The board shall automatically place on the agenda an election to take place in December for the offices of chair and vice chair of the board during a gubernatorial election year. The board shall defer the election of the chair and vice chair until after the duly elected board members are sworn into office. In such instances, the board will place on the agenda an election to take place in January for the offices of chair and vice chair on the board. There is no limit on serving consecutive terms. There is, if there is a tied vote, the currently serving chair or vice chair, as the case may be, shall continue to serve.
So preserving the last two sentences in the paragraph?
Yes, that's right. Okay, so that's the motion that's on the table, that's been made, it's been seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Let's call the roll.
I have it that it was by you and Ms. Yee seconded it.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
That is
just wanted to
correct.
make
Thank
sure.
you.
I'm going to go to the AT&T moderator to see if there's anyone on the line. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment concerning this item?
For public comment, please press 1-0. Once again, please press 1-0 for public comment. And again, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you. I'm going to take the roll. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
No.
Member Vasquez,
No.
Controller Yee.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
The motion passes.
appreciate the motion passing. Thank you. Okay, it's a little bit after 2 o'clock.
Chair Cohen, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, there was a couple more changes that was suggested. I don't know if you wanted to address that.
Okay.
One was the change adding H, Board Work Group Policy and Charter. That's part of the documents that were distributed and attached to the PAN. And the other change was on the very end, was adding a clause to that paragraph that we just edited regarding the work group and work group chair. So
Yeah,
I didn't know if
these
you
are the
wanted
changes
to.
that you read earlier.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm supportive of those changes. Mr. Eppolite was here for that part of the conversation. Controller, do you want a chance to caucus with him, or are you prepared to vote?
I'm okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. Could someone remind me, did we take action? Did we make a motion to accept these changes? No?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
not.
I'll make a motion to accept the changes to the work group policy.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Mr. Vasquez. Let's go to the roll, let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this motion?
For public comment on this motion, please press 1-0. And we have no callers in queue to comment.
And just for clarity, for those people who are following in, we are talking about making through this motion the changes in the first suggestion or proposal and the last proposal, which are both having to do with the workgroup language.
All righty, I'm going to take roll. Chair Cohn,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Controller Yi.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nanjo.
Thank you.
Ms. Towers, thank you. Let's call the next item, please.
Not quite sure what we're doing on the next item.
Are we calling him too?
Yes, we're going to
Or
call
M3?
M, okay, we're going to go, not in order here, we're going to go to M. M3. Public policy hearing, M3, possessory interest. What constitutes a possessory interest in housing units owned and leased by Joint Powers Authority, JPA? Who is the interested assigned to, and how are such interests valued and assessed?
Thank you. All right, so colleagues, at this time, we will hear. Okay. Thank you. All right, colleagues, so at this time, we're going to hear presentations on possessory interests, and specifically, I've asked our legal team to start this discussion by highlighting for the public, one, what constitutes a possessory interest in general before our legal team dives into the subject matter today. So if you could just give us a high-level definition of possessory interest, okay? Then they will present on the following following specific items. What constitutes a possessory interest in housing units owned and leased by a joint power authority? Also, you'll hear the term JPA thrown around in today's discussion. That stands for Joint Powers Authority. Who is the interest assigned to, and how are and how are such interests valued and assessed? So let me read that again. Our legal team is going to talk to us first about what constitutes as a possessory interest in general before the discussion, and then they're going to present on what constitutes as a possessory interest in housing units owned and leased by a joint power authority, who or where the interest is assigned, and how such interests valued and assessed. How are such interests valued and assessed? And I'm sure you guys are all aware that we initially placed this item on the agenda during our annual meeting of the Board of Equalization and the County Assessors meeting, which was held last month. And after discussions with the California Assessors Association, it was removed from the agenda and publicly stated that we would provide an opportunity for a conversation, a public discussion of the issue at our next board meeting, which is what we're doing here today. This issue has been percolating over the last year, and we need to get some clarity on it. Specifically, the efforts pursued by local governments to address the housing crisis in their respective communities by purchasing market-rate developments through a joint powers authority and using a property tax savings to provide middle-income housing has brought us to this point. And as the constitutional body responsible for administering the $85 billion property tax system, it's proper for us to start this discussion of this issue and determine whether we as a body should take necessary steps to convene an interested parties process on a specific issue. We should also begin conversations around seeking a legislative solution, providing guidance, when and where appropriate, and or simply just allow the issue to further develop and determine a pathway forward just at a later time. So there are many pathways that we can take. This conversation is high level for us to begin this conversation so that people understand, that they are aware, that we know where the stakeholders are, and that they're part of this as we move forward. And so this is, we will remain mindful of the housing crisis that we're facing. We know for a fact from our previous housing hearings that we need to increase our housing supply by more than 2.5 million homes over the next 8-year cycle, with no less than 1 million of those homes having some level of affordability. So with that said, I want to just acknowledge the California Assessors Association for first bringing this issue to my attention and for their efforts to educate me and my team about the challenges and the opportunities associated with this issue. I also want to thank Executive Director Stowers, Chief Counsel Henry Nanjo, Tax Counsel Richard Moon, and Deputy Director of Property Tax Division Dave Young for their time that they spent on this issue. It's a lot of time invested, and I see a lot more time being invested in the future. And last but not least, I want to thank the taxpayers and the businesses and the counties and the cities, as well as the CAA and other stakeholders for their schedule to present today as well. So I will leave my remarks there. Does anyone else have any opening remarks? Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, would this be the appropriate time to make some comments about my meeting with my assessors?
Hold on. Any other comments? Be my guess. On this issue?
Yes.
Okay, we'll hear from Mr. Gaines, and then we'll turn to you.
So, yeah, my comments are related to the meeting that I
Okay,
had.
so then we
So-
will hear it at the end when all the different districts report out
Okay.
on what
That's fine. Great, thank you.
transpired. Go ahead.
Thank you. I agree, first of all, with the legal opinion states that the same position held in prior court cases and the prior legal opinions for the past 27 years, I understand. And I am on the same page with my assessor in LA, Jeff Prang, on this, regarding this issue. And I'm just wondering, and if we can get into, I guess, the way I'm seeing it, I guess there's a couple of options here. And the BOE position, correct me if I'm wrong here, has been one, that buildings owned by JPAs or local governments that are used for public housing are taxable possessory interest. And then two, however, individual units in the buildings that are leased to low-income occupants at 80% AMI should not be taxed by the assessors, since low-income tenants would otherwise qualify for the Section 214 welfare exemption. Is that correct?
Generally correct, yes. So with that, can I start, or
Yes,
was there
please.
more questions?
No,
Okay.
no, let's go ahead and dive in.
My apologies if this is a little dry. I wanted to provide kind of a common ground, especially for those who may be listening in, as to some of the language that has been used. So, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Again, Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel. Let me just dive right in. For reference, a Joint Powers Association or Agency, or JPA, is an entity created under the Joint Exercise of Powers Act, a law which allows two or more public agencies to exercise common powers. They're also referred to as joint powers authorities. The question as to what constitutes a possessory interest in housing units owned and leased by a joint powers authority starts with Revenue and Tax Code 103, which provides that property includes all matters and things, real, personal, mixed, capable of private ownership. Real property includes the possession of, claim to, ownership of, or right to the possession of land. And it has long been held that a class of property subject to property taxation are those privately held possessory interest in publicly owned property. Generally speaking, a possessory interest includes the right of a private individual or corporation to use government-owned tax-exempt land or improvements, and this right is considered a private interest taxable by the state and its taxing agencies. Thus, a possessory interest is a property interest separate and apart from fee ownership of the property. Section 107 of the RTC, Subdivision 1, defines a possessory interest as possession of, claim to, or right to the possession of land or improvements that are independent, durable, and exclusive of rights held by others in the property, except when coupled with ownership of the land or improvements in the same person. Property Tax Rule 20, Subdivision B, provides that taxable possessory interest is a possessory interest in publicly owned real property. Rule 20, Subdivision C3 provides that a right or claim to right to the possession of real property means the right, claim to right, the actual physical occupation of real property. It also states that the right or claim to a right to the possession of real property may exist as a result of a possessor having or claimed to have a leasehold estate, regardless of how the interest may be identified in a deed, lease, or other document. So that generally is the legal definition of a possessory interest. Now, if the property is owned by a JPA and leased to individual tenants for housing under a lease contract, a taxable possessory interest is created if it meets the definition of the RTC. A right to possession of real property that is independent, durable, and exclusive and provides a benefit. And those are more technical terms and gets into other statutes, which I won't read here. If the lease gives the right of possession to a particular unit in the building owned or operated by a JPA, the leases create a right to a possession of property under Rule 20. That right is considered independent, durable, exclusive, and provides a private benefit. So who is this interest assigned to? On BOE's Assessor Handbook on Possessory Interest, it discusses who the interest is assigned to. Which party should be assessed is largely in the assessor's discretion. Section 405 provides that the assessor shall assess all taxable property in the county except state-assessed property to the persons owning, claiming, possessing, or controlling it on the lien date. The section does not limit the assessor to either the holder of the taxable possessory interest, i.e. the master lessee, or the holder of the sub-leasehold interest, i.e. the sublessee. Instead, the statute authorizes an assessment to either party or both. The California Constitution and Revenue and Tax Codes require all property in the state to be taxed unless otherwise provided by law. Possessory interests at issue are taxable real property, and we are aware of no constitutional or statutory exemption thereof. The local government exemption exempts all property owned by a local government from property taxation, but it does state that property owned by a local government, except as otherwise provided in Section 11A, is exempt from taxation. It is well settled that property tax exemption from public property is to be liberally construed, and possessory interests created when publicly owned housing is leased to private lessees are not considered owned by the public entity. They are owned by the private lessee, the tenants. Thus, even the most liberal construction of local government exemption cannot encompass these possessory interests. Further, the public entity's use of property to increase affordable housing is irrelevant to whether or not the possessory interest is exempt. Finally, the fact that the tenant's use of possessory interest may accomplish a government purpose is also irrelevant, since there is no exemption for merely using property owned by a private person for a governmental purpose. While some courts have held possessory interests are not taxable based upon their use, those cases involved possessory interests created in college and welfare-exempt properties. This is significant since, unlike the local government exemption, the college and welfare exemptions are based on use. Prior BOE opinions have concluded that the imposition of possessory interest tax on low-income tenants would frustrate the state's interest in providing affordable and low-cost public housing, and thus no possessory interest tax should be assessed. However, it should be noted that these conclusions were based primarily on an extension of welfare exemption case law and declarations of legislative intent articulated in the state housing policy to the exemption of taxable possessory interests held by specifically low-income tenants in low-cost public housing. However, even if it is true that possessory interest tax on public housing tenants' lease may frustrate the state's interest in providing affordable housing, that fact alone neither exempts the taxable possessory interest tax or invalidates the tax. So that is kind of, unfortunately, it's a very complicated system, if you will, and there are a lot of issues, but that, generally speaking, that's how possessory interest tax is applied to JPAs. And then as to how the possessory interests are valued, I turn to my colleague, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Henry. Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. The valuation of possessory interest is spelled out in Rule 21, our property tax Rule 21. There are three basic ways in which to value a possessory interest. One of them is by the sales comparison method. The second one is by the income approach, and the third is by the cost approach. So the first two are, there's actually two components to it. There's the direct and indirect for each one of those. So if you were to value a possessory interest, you can take a look at what that possessory interest, that one, or one very similar to it, would sell for in the private market. And you would basically look and see what they're selling for, and that would give you a good or a reasonable indicator of value. That's the direct. The indirect is, because of possessory interest, you're only valuing, it's analogous to a leasehold interest. You can look at the full fee value and then subtract out a residual. So you're only looking at the value of what the holder has, and what you're taking out at the end with the residual is what belongs to the government. So that's one method. That's under the sales approach. Under the income approach, it's basically the same parallel construction. You can do a direct approach. You can figure out what this type of property is being leased for or what kind of rent they would command. You would capitalize it by turning that income stream into a present indicator of value, and you would figure out that's what it's worth if you were just to buy it for its income. The indirect method of the income approach, you would do exactly the same thing, but you would do it for a full fee value, and then you would subtract out basically the remainder, what the government holds. So as with any other property, there's a sales, an income, and a cost approach. The cost approach is the last one. You would independently figure out what the land is worth. You would also figure out what it would cost to do a replacement value of it, depreciate it, and then subtract out a residual to come up with what the actual holder of that right is, what their value is, and you would not tax the government part of it. So that's basically the three general method that is prescribed in our Rule 21. We also have, if you want to delve deeper into it, we actually have a assessor's handbook. It's the handbook 510, and it treats the many aspects and goes into many examples of actually how to value a possessory interest.
That's a lot. Does anyone have any questions?
It's not an easy one.
No.
Okay. Please continue. I don't think we have any, you
That-
have
that's-
questions? Do you have, no? Yeah.
That's basically, we were asked to kind of tee up the issues.
Yeah.
That's basically it. Suffice it to say, the Board of Equalization has a lot of guidance, as Mr. Young alluded to, on possessory interests. Unfortunately, it is a very complex area. There's a lot of nuances, and candidly, there's a lot of discretion on the part of the assessors. When something is complicated, my advice is always to go back to the basics, and the basic is under the laws of the state of California and the Constitution, all property in California is taxable unless otherwise exempt. There are very narrow exemptions. Unfortunately, public housing is not one of them. So consequently, the guidance is all in the vein of what do you do with the various nuances. One of the challenges, as you probably heard from your assessor partners, is that the JPA is all set up a little bit differently. There's no one size that fits all. So consequently, a lot of times the assessors and many people in the affordable housing community reach out to the Board of Equalization to get guidance on, okay, this is how we've set it up, what's the tax implications on what we've done, and we try to direct them to the guidance we have along those lines.
Question of clarification,
Yes,
if I
please,
could.
go ahead.
Because you mentioned exceptions
Yep.
for possessory interests. Can you tell us some of those? I think we've had some discussions about possessory interests that's on state property, whether it was a state park or things of that nature. And it seems like there were some exceptions in some of those cases. I'm wondering if you could outline those.
I think the one I want to be careful about is there are property tax exemptions, and those are statutorily and/or constitutionally set forth.
Okay.
So there are those. Dave, do you want to go over some of those?
For
Generally.
exemptions? Well, for something to be exempt in property, for property taxation purposes, it has to basically fall under the California Constitution, either Section 3 or Section 4. And what they are is, one provides an exemption for property that is typically owned by government. That's the big, broad category. Those are not, basically, they're not taxable. The other ones are exemptions for use, and that is where usually the welfare exemption falls under.
Okay.
And so for those, if under certain charitable uses, either charitable, scientific, hospital, or religious, then if they're used for that and follow basically 214 of the Revenue Taxation Code, then you can apply for and be eligible for an exemption.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of a difference between what is taxable and what is
Thank
truly
you.
exempt by use.
I think we'd had a constituent that raised the question about possessory interest relating to public property, and I don't know if you were a vendor and maybe you're using state property at a county fair or state fair or something of that nature. There was an exemption, I believe.
For state fairs and fairs in general, there is a very narrow exemption, and that is if your possessory interest is less than $50,000, then the county has the option of adopting an ordinance so that they can, it's a low-value
Okay.
ordinance, they don't have to enroll it.
Okay, so you could have a cart and serve ice cream at a county fair, and that would be exempt?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so and most counties do actually have a low-value ordinance.
Okay.
And if the actual assessment falls below a certain point, they have the option of not enrolling it.
Okay. And then I guess the bigger question is, as a matter of policy, could we change I don't know if it would be statute or what, or regulation, to provide that exemption in cases that Member Vasquez is bringing forward, as it relates to an exemption for housing?
So if you're talking about an exemption that doesn't currently exist, the question would be, does it fall under one of the constitutionally available exemptions, if you will. If it doesn't, then you would be talking about a constitutional amendment to add such an exemption in. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then,
And you're going to provide clarity on that today? Is that
I
what
don't,
we're
I
asking?
don't, I think that's part two, maybe. But the other thing to keep in mind is, as you know, taxation in the world is kind of, we have an ecosystem going as has been brought out in your prior public hearings regarding affordable housing. You know, to the extent that we create a new exemption and we don't charge property taxes, that creates a hole for local revenues, if you will, and you create a backfill situation. So you're kind of dealing with an ecosystem, if you
Yes.
will, and
Yeah.
one change to the ecosystem results in other changes. So
Yeah.
that's what makes the whole subject rather complicated, if you
Right.
will.
We've been hearing from a lot of those interests.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nanjo, is Mr. Moon going to be presenting?
Is Mr. Moon on? Okay.
We could call him.
Yeah, if you
Let's
could.
call him.
Mr. Moon, would you please turn your camera on for your presentation?
Thank you. How are you, Mr. Moon?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We'd love to hear from you at this time.
I don't really have anything to add to what Mr. Nanjo and Mr. Young said. If the board has any questions or would like clarification on anything, I'd be more than happy to provide it.
No, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Young, Mr. Nanjo, and Mr. Moon, we appreciate your presentation. We're going to keep moving forward, okay?
Absolutely. And
So-
Mr. Moon, I asked him to be available if a question does come up as well to assist the board, so.
Okay.
Feel free to call upon him. Thank you, Richard.
Okay. Mr. Nanjo, is it possible, in your opinion, for you to speak on a potential legislative solution which is not a constitutional amendment? Can you share?
I don't believe I have enough facts to determine whether or not it whether such, I guess it depends on the details. The devil's in the details, as they say. Depending on what we are looking at or the board's contemplating, we can let you know if it's something that can be done legislatively or constitutionally. If we're looking at a legislative fix, if you will, and Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, the challenge is we're going to have to find something that fits in the existing exemptions or exceptions that already exist in the Constitution, and that's why we need the details, if you will. And that's one of the things that makes trying to give a general piece of advice to the JPA is challenging, because it really depends on what the circumstances are for that specific project, if you will.
Okay, all right, good. Well, in your remarks, you'd referenced a legislative fix, so I didn't know.
I mean, I just didn't want to say you have to do a constitutional. There
Right.
might be something that could be legislative, but again.
But we just don't know what it is.
Exactly.
I understand. All right, that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, so next we're going to hear from the Honorable Jeff Prang, Assessor of LA County. Is he coming in remote or in person?
Yeah, remote.
Remote,
Remotely.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Mr. Prang, would you like to please turn your camera on?
I'm going to decline to turn my camera on. I'm driving in a car and I'm not presentable.
Okay.
But also, your timing was impeccable. I am just now driving into a place where I always lose the signal. So if I lose you, you'll have to forgive me.
All right, Mr. Prang, take it away while we still have you.
I'm Jeff Prang, LA County Assessor. I'm here on behalf of the California Assessors Association in my capacity as chair of the ad hoc committee dealing with possessory matters. I'm joined by Brian Donnelly, who's Director of Operations for Major Appraisals for LA County. He's a subject matter expert on possessory interest. The Assessors Association is very cognizant of the affordable housing crisis. That there are new, innovative, and creative strategies being considered and employed to try to expedite the development of new affordable housing opportunities. One thing assessors are discovering is that there's many occasions when these new strategies are employing tactics that the current law does not anticipate, and that makes it very difficult for assessors to to evaluate and to apply consideration that would be anticipated with such affordable housing opportunities. We have sought guidance from the Board of Equalization, and you're aware of the October 11th guidance that we received from the board regarding possessory interests. There are some assessors who believe that there are other options that may be available, things that we are considering. The association just assembled this committee yesterday to analyze all the different issues that we're in trouble with. We're going to be meeting over the next couple of months to see if we can.
Brian Donnelly, are you also on the line?
Yes, I am. I can.
Can you pick up?
I can pick up if need be. Certainly.
Thank you.
So I can pick up from where Jeff was heading. Yeah. So I'm Brian Donnelly. I'm director with LA County Assessor, and what Jeff was heading towards is we just finished our CAA meeting just this morning actually, and we did reconstitute our possessory interest ad hoc committee to discuss this very topic, and so we just did that yesterday. We have some counties assigned to it, and we'll be meeting to talk about it some more. And we really appreciate, and assessors always appreciate, the guidance that the BOE provides, and the letter from October 11th that was sent out to 5 of the assessors and shared with the rest of the CAA provides a lot of guidance. But as Jeff noted, other counties are thinking there's other ways to approach this issue, and we'll be discussing those soon.
Okay. All right, got it. Thank you. Thanks for stepping in. Is there anything else
No
that
problem.
you wanted to share with us that Jeff didn't mention?
I think that's the gist of what Jeff was heading towards
Okay.
on that.
Let me see if my colleagues have questions. On my left? No questions on the left. Anything on the right? Nothing on the right. All right, Mr. Donnelly, thank you for stepping in. And we are going to go to our next speaker, the Honorable Ernie Drunenberg, who's the assessor from the County of San Diego. Mr. Drunenberg, are you there?
I don't believe he's on the line, no.
Okay. We will move on. We will hear from the Honorable Joaquin Torres from the City and County of San Francisco.
Working on the camera here.
There you are. We see you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. Joaquin Torres, Assessor Recorder, City and County of San Francisco. I associate myself with the comments of Jeff Prang and the Los Angeles County Assessor's Office. One of the questions that we have that requires some further deliberation on our part internally with our Mayor's Office of Housing is how some of the mixed income developments, specifically in relationship or in proximity to our public housing developments in San Francisco, could be affected by this. Workforce housing that might fall above the AMI threshold as currently proposed and written. These are some of the questions that we need to delve into more specifically. If there is a tax benefit, the general principle from my perspective is that if there's going to be a tax benefit for a developer to benefit from the use of an innovative practice to help meet some of our goals, we want to ensure that the onus does not fall upon the individuals that we are seeking to serve, and the application and distribution of a possessory interest bill that will fall on a low-income person. I say that in California, San Francisco terms, to ensure that individuals are not adversely impacted when the onus perhaps should fall with the developer themselves, aka the JPA itself. I think that requires some more due diligence on our part to determine how this may affect that AMI level household. A teacher, for example, an entry-level nurse, for example, a nurse practitioner, where would they be impacted, and how would they be impacted based on how these rules eventually play out. There will be additional commentary that we'll have in writing together with the CAA to present to the board in further conversations. But I think that's good for me for right now, unless there's any questions I can answer.
All right, thank you very much. I was wondering if you had, you know what, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Torres. I appreciate your presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Mr. Torres? Nope. Okay, thank you.
If none, I just have one.
Sure.
Two general considerations that we're going to need more specificity around low-income housing and public housing to ensure that that is explicitly codified in statute, or if there's another method to do that to ensure that we understand what the thresholds are. We want to explore that area so that we can exempt those individuals from being impacted from that possessory interest bill. And then, how do we think about that next income threshold between the 80% and 100 and 150% AMI? That's that workforce moderate income area as well. Again, even though they're existing at a higher level of income, that's relative, especially given where we are in San Francisco. And again, it begs a larger question of who are we seeking to benefit here? Who will be harmed?
Thank you, Assessor. You are. I think you're on the right path in raising the question on who's going to benefit and who's harmed. Most importantly, who's harmed. All right. I don't see any other questions. Do you have any parting advice on defining our challenges and our issues, Mr. Torres?
No, just that these are the areas that we're going to want to delve into more fully. I think it's really asking to whom does the cost ultimately rest with.
Okay.
And based on the benefits provided, I want to ensure that both from an operational perspective as well as from an equity perspective, that we are not having individuals who we are ultimately trying to support be negatively impacted by a bill that has not been expected by them, that has not been budgeted for, while others might be in a more favorable financial position and therefore are able to pass that benefit on to others when they should be assuming it.
Got it. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Sean Rawson from Waterford Property Company. Why don't you come on up and have a seat here behind the microphone. Thanks for joining us again in this chamber. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for inviting me today. My name is Sean Rawson, and I'm the co-founder of Waterford Property Company, a California-based affordable housing developer and investor with over 6,000 units in our portfolio. I had the pleasure of addressing this board in July to discuss the compelling merits of an innovative financing tool that allows affordable housing developers to partner with the Joint Powers Authority to issue tax-exempt governmental revenue bonds and qualify the property for a tax exemption. To receive the property tax exemption, all properties are required to have a regulatory agreement recorded that income restricts rents to ranges between 50% and 120% of the area median income and caps future rents at the lesser of AMI growth or 4%. To date, there have been approximately 42 transactions totaling just over $8 billion of new investment to help solve California's affordable housing crisis. This investment has created over 13,000 units of new income-restricted housing and has touched the lives of over 35,000 tenants. The investors in these projects are the largest municipal bond investors in the world and are the same investors that buy the state of California's bonds. Prior to the JPA structure, municipal bond investors had never invested in California affordable housing. If California is serious about solving its housing crisis, it is essential to have new investment and a diversity of income categories for to provide housing for burdened California households. 52% of California renters are housing burdened, which means that they spend more than 35% of their monthly income on housing. One of the most difficult segments of the population to provide housing for is the missing middle. These are individuals that make too much to qualify for low and very low income housing, but are spending an inordinate amount of their monthly income on housing. This group is comprised of California's public safety employees, their teachers, members of labor, government employees, and nonprofit employees. This segment of the population disproportionately includes communities of color as well. Unlike low and very low income housing that has dedicated state and federal funding sources to provide funding mechanisms for housing production, there's never been a dedicated funding source to provide housing for California's missing middle. The JPA financing program was established to fill this need and create a new funding source that does not compete for low and very low income housing funding. To date, the success of the program has been tremendous. In our portfolio alone, which has just over 4,000 units, we're seeing a weighted average discount of over 20% to our tenants. This equates to an average annual savings of $7,800 per household and $650 monthly. For families that are making between $48,000 and $110,000, this type of savings is life-changing. As part of our tenant outreach, we have met with all of our income-restricted tenants, and I cannot impress upon you enough how powerful their stories are and how thankful they are for this program. A criticism of the JPA program has been that the public benefit of these communities is not commensurate with the property tax loss. I can conclusively state that is not the case. The affordability savings per unit are significant when compared to the per unit tax loss. Moreover, at the end of the bond term, once the bonds are completely paid off, all the residual equity reverts to the host city and to the taxing agencies. This will result in hundreds of millions of dollars per asset for local governments. No other form of affordable financing, housing financing provides this type of equity for local governments. A second criticism of the program has been that this form of housing is unregulated. This is incorrect. All projects have a regulatory agreement that is recorded on title that locks in the affordability levels of the asset and ensures compliance. In addition, the bonds issued to finance JPA transactions are social impact bonds, which require ESG compliance and compliance with the regulatory agreement and all the bond covenants associated. Lastly, a third criticism of the program is that local governments did not realize what they signed up for by approving these transactions. This is incorrect. All 42 transactions required a discretionary approval by their host city council, which included joining the JPA and approving the public benefit agreement, which memorializes the repayment of all property tax loss to the local taxing agencies and the distribution of all equity to the local government. For example, in Los Angeles County, Waterford is the project administrator on 4 projects in the city of Pasadena, totaling just over 1,000 units. The city was so impressed with the effectiveness of their program and the affordability levels that they invited us back for multiple projects. In 2021, Assembly Member Ward introduced AB 1850 to put certain regulatory mechanisms on the program. The JPA community worked with Assembly Member Ward and all the bill sponsors to try and craft legislation that met their goals while still allowing for the financial feasibility of the projects to move forward. Unfortunately, after months of negotiations that did not happen, AB 1850 ended up dying in committee, but if the bill would have passed, all JPA financing would have been completely unfeasible in perpetuity, effectively ending the program. In closing, I would like to state that I cannot speak to the legal merits of possessory interest for tenants in these projects, as I'm not an attorney. Myers-Nav represents all the JPAs in this program and has written tax opinions on these projects, which have been provided to BOE staff. Myers-Nav has made an eloquent argument that they do not believe that there is a possessory interest tax associated with these projects. So even though I cannot speak to the legal merits, what I can speak to is the practical application for applying possessory interest would be financially catastrophic to tenants and bond investors in these projects. As previously stated, there are over 35,000 tenants in all 42 projects. These tenants united to become a unifying force in opposition to AB 1850 and would not be in favor of possessory interest. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I'm happy to answer all questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any points that you read that you want to re-highlight again, that you want us to?
Yeah, I think,
focus on?
and look, I know the conversation today is based on the legal merits of possessory interest, and as I mentioned, I'm not an attorney, but our legal counsel has talked to BOE legal counsel. What I can say is that from a practical standpoint, as one of the project administrators in the program, as I mentioned, we have just over 4,000 units in the program. The success of this program is unprecedented. We do traditional affordable housing development in our state, and I can tell you that we need more funding coming in to solve the state's housing crisis. And even though we would love to go to deeper affordability in some of these projects, the amount of savings that we're providing families, real families, and the difference that we're making, I can tell you that I'm proud to be associated with this program.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Testament to small victories. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Vasquez.
Just a quick question. You just mentioned that you would love to provide more affordability. What stops you from doing that?
It's a great question. I will tell you, this program was set up to provide affordability for really 60 to 120% of the earned median income. We do have projects, one in particular, where we went down to 50% of the earned median income, all the way up to 120%. But the only funding source that comes in to one of these projects is the property tax abatement. Unlike, because we do traditional, tax credit development where we'll do extremely low income, and low income. And typically we'll get local funding sources, we'll get state tax credits, we'll get federal tax credits, and then potentially potentially other buckets of funding through HCD and other state agencies. In these transactions, there's only one funding source besides the bonds. It's the tax abatement. So there's only it's just a math equation. There's only a certain level of affordability that we can go to still allow these transactions to be financially feasible.
I also hear from some developers, and maybe you can confirm this, that the state probably is not helping either because of the time that you're sitting on this money that you're paying interest on while you're waiting for approvals, which sometimes goes 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Is that correct?
For tax credit projects, and the state staff, they do a great job, but it's heavily impacted. And so to be clear, we have a project in the city of Irvine that's a traditional low and very low income project that we need state and federal tax credits, and we need bond approval through SIDLAC. And that project, we've been working on it. We closed on the land in January of 2020. We're hopeful that we'll get an allocation this round, which would be by the end of this year. But by the time that we build it, we'd be in 2025. By the time we're leasing it, we're really in 2026. So you're talking about a 6-year windup to be able to build an.
And you're paying interest those 6 years on it.
Correct. We bought the land, so we're carrying the land. So this funding source that we're talking about here, these are not private activity bonds, so they do not compete for bond allocation from traditional affordable housing projects. And so, really when you think about it, there's been $8 billion of additional investment into California affordable housing that's additive. It's not taking away from the deeper affordability levels. And so that's what I really want to harp on is that to solve our state's housing crisis, we need investment at all levels. And this is additive funding. It does not compete for traditional low and very low income housing. So we don't have the waiting period for tax credits nor for bond allocation for SIDLAC.
And streamlining it, obviously, at our end, at the state level, I'm sure would help quite a bit. Because if you went from 6 to, let's say, 3 years, that'd be huge.
Yes, whatever we can do to make the approval process quicker. Yeah, that's true.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. And I'm just trying to clarify in my mind that in the event that you got, if I understand this clearly, JPA exempted possessory interest, if you were able to get that approved, you could build dramatically more affordable units, and you could go lower in terms of the income
Absolutely.
Medium.
Yes.
Median. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Schaefer?
Do you have any contact with the Irvine company, who used to own the whole county, I think?
We've had conversations with the Irvine company, and I know folks from the Irvine company.
Are they supportive of affordable housing?
They are. We've actually partnered with them in the past, where we've essentially developed affordable housing in one of their master plan communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to share with us?
That's it.
All right, okay, thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thanks for coming up. Ben Barker, are you here? Is he online?
I think he's
I'm
online.
online.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Nice to see you. I was expecting to see you in the chamber. I'm surprised that
I
you
know.
were so busy that you
Well-
couldn't come and join us.
I didn't want to bring my kids COVID into the chamber, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
elected to isolate myself here this time.
Yeah, good idea to keep that at home.
So I do regretfully that I wasn't able to be there, and I'm keeping the COVID to myself here.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, Ben Barker. I'm the financial advisor to the California Municipal Finance Authority, or the CMFA. The CMFA is the largest affordable housing issuer in the state of California, and the CMFA has issued over 573 bonds for affordable housing projects. And currently, we have about 170 plus projects in our queue. The current appetite for affordable housing, just with the CMFA alone, would take up potentially 3 years' worth of bond allocation and tax credits. And unfortunately, we're limited because the IRS dictates the amount of affordable housing that we can do. So I only lay this out to show that we're committed to providing affordable housing in the state of California. And unlike other state agencies, the CMFA actually has to coordinate with local cities and counties. For our public hearings, we coordinate and attend well over 100 plus cities and counties per year. And this has actually been very insightful because we hear from cities and counties, and they call us routinely asking if we can bring middle-income housing projects to their city or county. We haven't approached anyone on this. It's just, we're asked all the time if there's anything we can do to bring middle-income housing projects to their locales. So in that, when we're going through the process, I'll skip part of my presentation because Sean went over that, but these offerings, they're all publicly offered deals. There's been 42 of them done. They're publicly offered, and they have thousands of pages of bond documents that follow strict federal, state, and local regulations, and also have very stringent government oversight. This process has been very transparent and time-tested, and it ensures accountability. And I think that's one of the reasons the local cities and counties have continually come to us and asked for more middle-income housing. The Essential or Middle-Income Housing Program can provide much-needed affordable housing to cities and counties and their residents at much lower cost to taxpayers compared to programs using tax credits, which provide a huge public subsidy of typically 30 to 70% of the project cost. The only subsidy that Sean went over is in the middle-income housing program is the property tax exemption. And we do this purposely so that we're not dipping into the LIHTC or tax credit deals, and we're not taking subsidy away from those very low-income housing projects. As far as the topics that have been presented today, I'm not an attorney, but our counsel, Myers Nave, has given legal opinions to the public offerings and has provided some rebuttals to the most recent memos. I am an affordable housing practitioner. I've probably done more affordable housing than, on par with anybody in the state. So I feel like I can speak to the public policy in regards to affordable housing. The CMFA is an owner of 7 essential housing projects or middle-income housing projects. I believe, like Sean had stated, we really just have a math issue here. Tax credit projects have subsidies from federal, state, local, and grants. Middle-income housing projects only have tax abatement to subsidize the projects. If the county tax assessor's position is to tax the tenants, then we don't really get any of that tax abatement, and there's no more middle-income housing program. There's no way we can subsidize these units, and we can't provide financing any longer. So I've read the BOE memo. I'm concerned from the departure. It seems like a little bit standing from the tax credit and how things have gone, but I do fear that there will be some ramifications that are not necessarily intended. I believe the San Francisco County Assessor really laid that out, the MIT program and some of these other programs that are financed by housing authorities and governmental agencies could have unintended consequences. But really my big concern is this program has gone amazingly well. I know there's a number of callers that want to speak to the project specific. I just want to speak to the CMFA deals that we've done. It's gone much better than anticipated. The biggest drawback we've really seen is the turnover has not been as quick as we wanted, but really the worst public policy I can think that would come out of this, all these hearings, is to send tax bills to residents that live in governmental housing. I think this would be a huge nightmare and just I can't imagine the ramifications of sending tax bills to the residents there. As always, I'm open to conversations about providing middle-income housing, ways to improve the program, and really the CMFA doing anything we can to help the state and providing affordable housing. Unfortunately, the only mechanisms that I've seen so far really take away from the tax credit deals and the affordable housing deals, and I believe Mr. Vasquez kind of hit on that topic, is there is a limit to affordability that you can do here, and if you want to drop down much lower, there's all kinds of programs that are federal, state, local, grants, all kinds of monies to dip into that 60% below AMI level. Me being, an affordable housing guy, done 500 of them. I've grown up in affordable housing. I don't want to dip into the monies that are provided to the LIHTC deals. That's why this program has been established this way, is really focusing on the 60% up to 120% AMI. The other thing that has been talked about a little bit is if you're looking at affordable housing, there's no way for these people to transition out of affordable housing into market rate housing and to be able to go into a like unit. So these projects really provide transition for people to move up that economic scale. The other things that have been talked on is that through the CMFA program on each of the projects that we've done, once the project hits the life and the bonds have been paid off, the CMFA repays all the lost property taxes to the cities and counties and any of the tax assessors or to any of the taxing agencies. And then, unlike other typical affordable housing projects, these projects will be retained by the local authority. So Sean Rawson, who just got up and spoke, after the bonds are paid off, he doesn't get any of the equity upside like you would in any other financing mechanism to finance multifamily housing. After the project's financed and paid off and all the taxes have been repaid, the project is then reverted over to the city or county or the host jurisdiction. And so that's one of the great benefits of this project that I don't really think is taken into light by some of the memos that have been put forward. Is there is repayment of taxes, it's delayed, and the benefit is always to the city or county at the end of the deal. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, but thank you for having me once again, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person.
That's okay, Mr. Barker. Thanks for your presentation. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions or comments. Yes, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you for your presentation. And you'd mentioned that the tax revenues are paid back to the local jurisdiction at the end, I guess, when the loans are paid off.
Yeah, so usually the mechanism of how this works is the bonds are paid off, and really the project is the city or county. The JPA is just holding it there for them. The city or county can direct the CMFA to just sell the project, turn it into a market rate project. If they do that, the first, right off the top, the proceeds will go back to repaying cities and counties or any of the taxing agencies their lost taxes, and then all excess funds would go to the city or county. Or the city can just say, hey, you know what, we want to keep this and turn it into an affordable project, a LIHTC or tax credit deal. It could be restructured that way. Or the city or county could just say, hey, make this redo the financing and turn this into another middle-income housing project. It's really the local agencies that can direct the joint powers authorities or governmental agencies on what outcome they want with this project. And no time in the financing mechanism does the CMFA or the project sponsors receive some kind of equity upside in these financing like you would a regular market rate deal or even a tax credit deal. Sure. Year 15 in the tax credit deals, they receive they can sell the projects and you can receive cash out equity. There's not an opportunity to do this in this mechanism.
Okay. What is the bonding period? So what would be that time frame when the revenue would come back to the city or the county?
So at year 15, through some of the financing documents, the city really controls the project. The bonds, though, typically have had a maturity of 30 to 37 years. Okay. So that's been the typical of the 42 deals they've gone out about that time.
Okay. And if you've got the JPA exempted possessory interest, how many more units could be built in California? Have a sense?
Well, I think through this discussion, and we're looking at everybody's looking frantically at doing new construction. And so Sean went over a new construction through bond allocation, and like you said, 6 years, 5 to 6 years, depending on the locale. Some locales are, closer to 10 years.
Okay.
If this mechanism can just continue to move forward and we can break this code to do new construction, you know, there's still, you have zoning and permits in process, but the financing can actually really be done very quickly. Within a few months, you can get up and running and create new constructed units. Or the same thing is, I think the message that has not been out there is there's these market rate projects that have sold to the JPAs where we've immediately capped the rents. And I know some of my project sponsors want to get on and talk about that and brag about how all their projects have done that they're managing. But these rents have been discounted, and some of these $1,000 compared to the market rate. And so going out and instead of having these investors come in and buy a market rate project, throw a little lipstick on it, flip it, and jack up the rents, we're doing the same thing. We're buying the project, rehabbing the project, and we're fixing the rent so they can't continue to escalate like they would in San Diego. You know, San Diego has gone up 18% this year. Our projects are fixed and they cannot go higher than 4% in a year. So we're seeing on some of these projects a 14% delta just by this mechanism alone.
Okay. With the exemption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Anyone on this end? All right, we have no other questions for you, Mr. Barker. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. All right. I think we should go to public comment.
Okay. I just want to remind everyone from our announcement at the beginning of the meeting, if you're going to make a public comment, we ask that you keep it at a 3-minute limit. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already done so, press 10 to get into the queue for your public comment. Again, press 10. We do have one queued up. This is Jennifer Ott. Jennifer Ott, please go ahead.
Okay.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Jennifer Ott. I'm Assistant City Manager of the City of Hayward in Alameda County. And we have a JPA project in our city that provides not only below market rate house rents to over 300 low and moderate income households, but a cap on rents that prevents displacement of our residents. For those of you who aren't familiar with Hayward, we're a predominantly minority community, 84% non-white. And the City Council not only is committed to finding innovative ways to address the housing crisis, but also to creating housing stability for existing diverse communities. I personally reviewed this model carefully along with our housing staff and disclosed all of the tax impacts to our council when they decided to participate in this, so we were well aware and studied it very carefully. We're very well aware of the impacts to our property tax, and we decided to participate in this innovative solution. I'm here speaking before you because we were informed by our county assessor that our over 300 households would be receiving a property possessory interest tax bill, and we are very concerned that they will be displaced. We not only concerned about displacement, but concerned that this is frustrating the state's housing crisis and our ability to meet state housing law and comply with a housing community development department, regional housing needs allocation. This is one of the few ways that we've been able to find to actually meet this need. I am heartened by some of the comments that I hear, and that I hope that local governments are included in some of these conversations going forward. I'm happy to participate in a working group of any kind to try to find solutions, and I just hope that really that we have those conversations to find creative solutions to this before, and please make sure that we do not displace tenants in the meantime while we can focus on the weeds, but the forest is that people are going to get displaced. So I really hope that as we move forward and have these working groups, I'm happy to participate on finding creative solutions to figure out the way to comply with tax law, that it does not come at the expense of our low income and diverse residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have a comment next from Sean Bradley. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sean Bradley. I'm with Home Fed Corporation, and we work with CMFA as one of their sponsors and project administrators in implementing this program. I think Mr. Rawson did a great job giving a comprehensive overview of the mechanics of the program and a lot of the statistics to date and the resounding success that has been recognized. I'd like to just touch on one example in particular that we completed around this time last year. It was the first deal that was put into the program in the county of San Diego, 519 unit Class B apartments in Escondido. It was actually just what Mr. Barker had referenced. It was a property that was purchased and improved with the sole intent of raising rents for an exit at a higher value than they originally purchased the property for. We were able to step in and buy the property and give them their exit, but instead of continuing forward with their business plan of raising rents on lease renewals of 10% on existing residents or over 15% on new residents, we were able to step in and immediately provide a public benefit by averaging a lowered rent of 17% across the property. This program was very much appreciated by existing residents and has such a demand for future residents that it currently has a waiting list of 2,200 people. I think that is just a true testament to the value of this program, and it really addresses the missing middle, which has been long overlooked from a subsidy standpoint. I mean, I know Ben touched on most of the subsidies going to the lower income bands, which those projects notoriously become impacted with very little motivation for the residents benefiting from those at those properties to do better for themselves to move on and move up. This program really facilitates or acts as a bridge for those lower income band properties to market rate housing, which has just in the past year alone, I think California witnessed 20% rent growth. I do not know how the workforce can keep up with that pace. So I do really emphasize the merits of this program, would like to see it continue, and certainly appreciate your support.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
We have a comment next. Yes, ma'am. We have a comment next from Guy Panini. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for your time. My name is Guy Panini. I'm with BLDG Partners. We're an owner and operator of affordable housing across the country and here in California, where we help house low and middle income families and seniors. We're based in Los Angeles. And so we manage 2 middle income properties under this bond program, 306 units in Orange, California, and 282 units in the city of Paramount. And it's been our honor to work closely with CMFA as our JPA with public officials and community stakeholders to implement this program. As with people in communities across California, our tenants have always faced incredibly high housing costs that weren't just tough for housing, but also limited their ability to provide for their families and plan for their futures. With just about a year of operation under our belt, I'd like to share just some perspective from the day-to-day, and that is really 2 statistics. One, our communities are essentially 100% or 99% full with wait lists, and I think that reflects the success and desirability of this opportunity and how critical it is. And what's been touched on by some other comments, our tenants are seeing about 30 to 35% relief from market rent. And it's this kind of relief that helps keep people in their homes, families in their homes, in their communities, close to their jobs and schools. And especially in a period where we keep seeing rising rents in the market, this program really provides a significant stabilizing force for our cities and our counties. I firmly believe that many of our tenants who, in many cases, have long been residents of these cities would have been forced out of the community. And these are places where they work, where they spend, where they invest, and where they study, and they would have been forced to move out of the market because of housing costs. So I would really like to say that we never would have been able to provide this program but for the innovative bond program that has been implemented over the last few years. It's really a unique approach that meets the challenges of a high-cost housing market here in California, and it also works significantly outside of the traditional affordable housing finance structures that we have in the state, and we're able to tap new investors and new resources and help preserve California's efforts to help low-income households and meet the challenge for our middle-income households as well. Thank you for your time.
That's good.
at and T moderator, do we have anyone else on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
Yes, ma'am. Our next comment comes from Matt Avatal. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Matt Avital. I'm the principal and founder of Ascenda Capital. We are an owner, operator, and developer of affordable housing nationwide. We own and operate about 9,000 units right now. We are the project administrator for Latitude 33 Apartments in Escondido. And again, I, as Sean mentioned, I also am not an attorney, cannot speak on, the mechanics or, the legal merit of possessor interest, but I can tell you from a practical standpoint, our story a little bit about our project. We helped CMFA facilitate the purchase of Latitude 33. It's a 198-unit Class A community. This was a property in which the previous owner was raising rents 10% per the emergency order, but if they could, they would have raised rents 30%. Once we took over, we met a lot of tenants and heard a lot of stories of tenants that were actually planning on moving because they were rent burdened so much, and they thought they were getting a rent increase. They ended up qualifying for one of our income qualifications, either 80, 100, 120, and we actually reduced their rents. So it's been really cool to be a part of this program that really impacts people's lives. And I think a possessory interest to these tenants would really be detrimental. After getting the good news from us that their rents are going down, now having a tax that they have to pay will really hurt them and impact them. So we think this is a great program. We want to see it continue and hopefully a decision made to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else
We
on
have
the
no
line?
additional comments in queue.
Thank you.
All right.
We
Thank
have
you
no
very much.
additional comments in queue.
All right, thank you. So public comment is over, and as you can see, this is just the beginning of a much-needed conversation and dialogue. I just want to highlight my intent again that before our next meeting, I'm going to be meeting with the executive director, the leadership of the CAA, to determine options that we may consider to explore further. As I stated in my opening remarks, we also may want to consider convening an interested party process so that there's transparency on this and so that we are able to get everyone that's interested in discussing this topic to the table and explore a legislative solution, also maybe provide guidance and others, and simply allow other issues to further develop and determine a pathway forward. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, much more time today to dive into this issue, but we will be mindful of the associated challenges and opportunities around this matter. So again, thanks for listening. Thank you to everyone that participated. I appreciate the public comment that called in. And also, colleagues, if you have any further questions or comments, we can take them now. If not, we're going to keep moving. Mr. Gaines, you have something?
I've got comments at the end, so.
Right, okay. Okay, great. All right, Mr. Keddy, let's call the next item, please.
The next item, yeah, can we take a quick 5-minute break for the staff?
Oh, sure, of course. We'll take a 5-minute break, yes.
Thank you.
It's 3:15 now.
Oh, yeah, do you know? And just the honor roll, wasn't it?
Chili?
All right, everyone, let's get started. We have a few more minutes, a few more items to go. Mr. Kenny, where do we leave off on where do we leave off on the agenda?
We're going to go back to the L items.
Yes, the L
Item
items.
L, board member requested matters, L1A.
Yes.
New matters.
L1A, new matters. And so, Mr. Gaines, this is where we will hear the report from your assessor meetings.
Yeah.
And we will start, and then also want to let you know that we are pulling off the agenda L2A and L3A. Are we all on the same page, Mr. Keddy? Does that sound right to you?
That you've announced L2A is off and L3A was removed yesterday.
That's
so
right,
just,
okay. So let's get
L1A.
through L1A. And go ahead.
Report from each board member on their district county assessor meeting held during the annual meeting of the Board of Equalization and the county assessors, issues raised and possible recommendations for each district county assessors during the meeting.
All right. Bear with me, I'm trying to get to my notes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so at this time, I want to just publicly report out on the District 2 breakout sessions during the 2022 annual meeting for the Board of Equalization and the County Assessors Association, County Assessors, held on October 19th, 2022. Deputy Controller Stowers made this suggestion last year to provide an opportunity for public stakeholders and our entire board to learn more about priority issues facing each district. Smart, because it allows us to consider the role of the board in its entirety when we're making and addressing priorities. So while the concerns raised by our respective assessors may not be universal to each and every county, I also believe that it is prudent to publicly present their respective reports so that we all know what's going on. So I want to know what's going on in the rural counties that Gaines represents, and as well as the rest of you throughout the entire state of California. It's possible that some of the issues that are raised in our respective breakout meetings are also issues faced by other counties and other county assessors' offices in other equalization districts. So this is the best vehicle that we have to bring these issues to light, to provide us an opportunity to ensure that the tax administration practices continue to result in a statewide guidance, as well as service to all 58 county assessors. So with that said, I'll begin my presentation. I provided you all a memorandum that provides background on my report out this afternoon. And at the Board of Equalization's second district breakout session in our annual meeting, the assessors expressed interest in pursuing new proposals to address ongoing challenges that impact the property tax administration in their office. And also, we had some dialogue around continuing to work on previously raised issues that still remain outstanding. So where I want to begin is by highlighting the new issues that were raised. Okay, first, effectively managing the future of work. So as you are aware, the pandemic put us in a position to examine in real time the viability of remote work to ensure the continuity of government services. And as a result, government realized that the many benefits associated with remote work, and that includes work-life balance, commute miles saved, emissions reductions, and business-related cost savings. Government also acknowledged challenges associated with leading a remote work environment and providing real-time supervision, mentoring, coaching, and support for our workforce. It's been suggested that the BOE explore training opportunities to assist local county assessors, BOE leadership, and mid-level management in fostering remote work environments that will promote an engaged workforce with measurable productivity and high-performance teams. The second point that was new was we heard a request to partner with the board and the agency to ensure that the agency has sufficient staffing and resources to carry out its role and responsibilities. And so what do I mean by that? Well, since the passage of AB 102, the second district assessors acknowledged that the agency doesn't have the staffing and the resources that they need to operate and at an optimal capacity. And so a suggestion has come through that the agency identify its staffing and resource gaps, and also acknowledge that the California Assessors Association will partner with the board and the legislature to ensure that the BOE, the agency, has the resources that it needs to constitutionally carry out its constitutionally mandated roles. Of course, we welcome any kind of partnership, acknowledging that this specific partnership would be aligned with our own strategic plan. Two additional issues that were raised but that are not new that I will just briefly touch on is first, recruitment, pipeline development, and leadership training. We know about that. We know that we're moving forward. Lisa Renati is doing a fantastic job in helping us get there. And then the second point is to ensure that the financial technology system, technology investment by the administration and the legislature is properly executed to benefit all counties and to benefit all counties. So we just want to make sure that our technological investments are on par. You guys may remember that last year we worked with Director Fleming to partner with the association to ensure that the enhanced funding for the state supplementation for county assessors program. This is a widely regarded program that really benefited a lot of counties, particularly the rural counties, and getting them the resources that they need to help with backlog, to help with technology improvements. So you are also aware that this most recent budget included a $30 million technology investment over 3 years to local county assessors to assist them in performing property assessment. And that is it in terms of a high-level report out. If you have any specific questions, you can contact me in the office, and we can work with you one-on-one if you want to a more detailed report. But just in the essence of time, I want to give some time to Mike Schaefer to report out. Then we will hear from Mr. Gaines, and then we'll hear from Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Schaefer, anything you want to share?
Well, I just want to say District 4 is alive and well. I've had the chance to meet with my assessors, of which we have 5. Ernie Dronenberg, who is the icon, who is retiring. He is succeeded by Jordan Marks, who just won the election for assessor. And Jordan shared with me today some of the activities that Amazon has invested millions of dollars in buying border property. That's property in San Diego County that is on the Mexican border, and they're planning a lot of warehouse development down there. So there's a lot of new challenges and valuation challenges, and Jordan Marks brings decades of devoted public service in his background to the office. Claude Parrish and his wife Noelle were at the conference yesterday and had a nice visit. I've talked to some of Claude's constituents, and they're very impressed at how attentive he is and how knowledgeable he is, and he's a great credit to the assessment business that we're all in. I saw my Riverside guy, Peter Aldana, who is a career guy like so many of our people and doing a very good job in Riverside County. Robert Menville, who comes to us from furthest distance away because he's out in El Centro and Brawley. He has a couple of big social events, the Cattle Call, the end of the year, and the Carrot Festival, I think in February. And I try to get down to those events so I can meet some of the people he works with. And it's an unusual economy he has. He has a J.C. Penney store, but I think 75% of the customers come from Mexico because there's 1 million people living right next door. And they come over and keep the economy healthy in El Centro. And he's just won his election in the primary. And he and his family have been around for decades in Imperial Valley, so they're really excellent people to have the public trust as the public could give them. And we know we lost Bob Denton, and we've so sorry to lose him this last year. He's been replaced by Christopher Wilhite, who is the new assessor in San Bernardino County, and I haven't had a chance to really meet with him, and he's new at the job too, but I'm going to make an effort in the coming year to spend some more time with him to see how I can help him do a better job. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gaines?
Yes, great, thank you. We had a wonderful meeting with my assessors in District 1, and so I just want to take this opportunity to thank my assessors who were able to participate this year, and take a second once again to honor the retiring assessors in my district and to welcome the new ones. They're a wealth of knowledge and insight, and our meeting proves that once again. This year, my assessors focused on Prop 19 implementation, but also on the law itself and how it's affecting rural counties. They noted a migration is occurring from cities to more rural areas, and they are accepting a great number of base year value transfers, and they worry about education funding in these areas that could be diminished as a result. I'm not sure this is adequately contemplated by Prop 19's backers, and it bears watching. It's early, but I also want to ensure that small rural counties are not paying an unfair price when it comes to Prop 19. In addition to the discussion about the effects of Prop 19, at least one of my assessors noted that administration of the initiative would be to look at improving our state forms. If those state forms could be standardized, it would make it much more easier for my counties to satisfy the requirements of Prop 19. In this particular case, the assessor asked that the BOE provide more guidance on how to adequately report on Prop 19 information. We had a lengthy discussion on Prop 8 property tax reductions and how difficult they have proven to be, especially for rural counties that lack the manpower to do the downward reassessments or upward revisions. There's still outstanding Prop 8 properties with assessors in my district, and if real estate values are declining, we're going to be dealing with that again. We'll have to see what happens with the economy. Larger counties can use algorithms to mass appraise, but smaller counties don't have tract homes, for example. That lends themselves to standard appraisals. It's difficult for them to use algorithm appraisals. This leads to tremendous backlogs in smaller counties, and that does not serve taxpayers well. Lastly, you all know that I'm interested in the BOE staffing levels and county assessor staffing levels. We can't fulfill our obligations to taxpayers with empty desks. With that in mind, we discussed recruitment and retention, especially as it relates to the auditor appraiser position. The auditors wanted to ease up the requirements for auditor appraiser position. Too many people are failing the test, and therefore they're unable to recruit. They would like to develop an alternative program that would bring people into the profession. Once in the assessor offices, these new recruits could be more adequately determine what skill sets they need to learn, and that training could take place. In light of the difficulty that assessors have in fully staffing their offices, I think we should be looking at alternative paths to help ensure offices have the personnel needed to serve taxpayers. And I'd sure like the board to take a look at that in terms of the auditor appraiser position. If we could have a little easing on some of those requirements where they could at least bring them into their local assessor office and then put them through some sort of training regimen. We do so well, I think, in providing the educational classes through the BOE. But maybe we could fine-tune it a little bit so that we could address this labor shortage issue. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, for your report. and from my other colleagues as well as who's raised assessors in their respective districts. I reaffirmed my prior agreement to the accomplishments of the items you mentioned in partnership with other members from the executive director and our assessors. I think the appraiser's recruitment and development issue is still a critical concern in almost every county, and that our workforce planning work group should reconvene early next year to begin tackling some components of it, including the implementation of technology that would advance remote work capabilities. I look forward to advancing towards some of these solutions in 2023. For the Los Angeles County Assessor, who raised two major issues at my meeting, both of which are centered around the affordable housing issue. The first issue was whether Section 402.1 applies to low-income properties that are restricted under rent control ordinances by local governments. The Los Angeles County and its many cities have stringent rent control laws that restrict the amount of rent that can be changed for leasing of properties, especially low-income housing properties. The assessor is looking to the board for clear guidance on what is considered restricted and to what extent the assessment should be based on the restricted rent rather than the market rent. This issue also raises several speakers in our working group meetings. And in looking at Mr. Nanjo's report or letter that he presented to us that I was looking at yesterday, that was very helpful. But I have a question, I guess a concern, a question, just for clarification. The basic question is, in the RTC 402.1, is that applicable to properties legally restricted or subject to rent controlled by city ordinances? Your conclusion is yes. You state that if the restrictions put in place by city ordinance stop the owner from realizing the full market rent for the property, the assessor should consider the effect of the ordinance restrictions on rent control, or on rent and use, actual rent, and determining the fair market value unless restrictions is rebutted. Is that true? And I guess while you're coming up, what does rebutting the restrictions mean?
So, thank you very much for that question, Member Vasquez, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board. Basically, as I kind of indicated, this too is not as simple as one would think. Generally, the conclusion is correct. Yes, they should take that into consideration, but it's a rebuttable presumption. So depending on what other facts are brought to light to the assessor has discretion of taking those other things into consideration. And it may change whether or not the amount or to the extent those things are taken into account.
So would it be fair to say that we could provide guidance, let's say, for example, to my one assessor now, Jeff Prang, that it's pretty much, he has discretion on this? Because right now he's kind of throwing it back, or at least in the discussions we had after our meeting last month, he was making it sound like his hands are tied unless we give him guidance.
I think we've given him plenty of guidance.
I thought we did.
If I can ask Mr. Young to maybe join me up here. Sorry, Dave. I mean, again, there are always new situations that are brought to light, but I think Dave and my staff are pretty open to talking directly with the assessor's office and providing guidance. But we have plenty of guidance already, right, Dave?
We do have guidance out there. We have it in our annotations. We have it in our we have it in some of our handbooks. But if I had the opportunity to talk to some of the staff from LA County just yesterday, if there are any fact patterns they want to truly lay out for us, we'd be more than happy to meet with them and talk to them directly.
I'd appreciate it, yeah, because it just so happens the one incident that you're probably aware of that he's raising is with one of the developers that seems to be buying up some of these old buildings in downtown LA, and it looks like he's going to continue to do it, and he keeps hitting that one snag on that issue. And but Jeff is, or the assessor is still taxing them as if they were market rate units, and they're not. And he's being penalized for it, I guess.
Yeah. So the fact patterns are there are some nuances there, and they're pretty complex.
Okay.
But we'd be more than happy to have a direct conversation.
I'll let him know. Appreciate it.
Yep,
course.
absolutely. Thank you.
The other item I had, and that we've kind of delved into, and I think, Madam Chair, you kind of hit it on the nail, I think we need to continue this on this whole possessory interest, so I'll hold off on that one.
Okay. Let's take public comment.
AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment on this matter, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep going. What's
Next
the next
yep,
item?
The
Yes.
next item on the agenda is M, Public Policy Hearing, M1, Proposition 19, Implementation. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. AT&T moderator, can you please tell us if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue.
Thank you. Hearing no comments, I guess we'll close this public hearing.
Yes, please.
We'll go to the next item, which is M2. M, Public Policy Hearing. M2, Impact of Public Calamities on Property Tax Administration, County Boards of Equalization, Assessment Appeal Boards, AAB, Remote Hearings. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue at this time.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
That will close this public policy hearing. The next item on the agenda is N, Public Comments on Matters Not on the Agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by public for consideration in a future meeting. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment at this time?
Of course. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue.
Thank you. That closes our public comments for the day. And the last item is closing remarks.
All right, thank you. So I'd just like to adjourn this meeting in memory of the former Executive Director Brenda Fleming's father, Mr. Donald Joyner. And I think we have closing remarks. Mr. Gaines, do you have anything? No?
Oh, I already said mine.
You said your part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
The only one I would add is, before you read those, is just in my district, the mayor of Santa Monica, Sue Hemorrhage, lost her mom, who had been struggling with cancer, and it happened between our meetings here. So I just wanted to also close it in German to her mom.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service to the state of California, and I believe this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.